With that, I would yield the floor for a question without relinquishing control of it to Senator King.
Senator, I have a series of questions and some comments. First, I come from a predominantly rural state. A very high number of gun owners, a very low rate of gun crime. What you're talking about here today of adding the terrorist watch list as one of the elements of the background check and covering the non-covered parts of gun sales, online gun shows, will that have any practical effect on the gun owners in Maine?
It won't have any practical effect on the law-abiding gun owners in Maine, and that's who you and I are talking to. The only effect that it would have is upon criminals or felons that are attempting to circumvent our laws and get weapons by avoiding criminal background checks. The only effect that it would have is if there were individuals on Maine who were the subject of terrorist investigations, they would be prevented from buying weapons. But of course, even those individuals, if they thought that they were on the list for the wrong reasons, would have a process to grieve that. But for law-abiding citizens in Maine or Connecticut or Pennsylvania or New Jersey, this law has no impact on them.
It'll have no practical effect. They'll still be able to buy guns either place. They'd have to go through the instant background check and the law that as if they were a felon or something like that, then they would be prevented. But other than that, this isn't going to have any practical effect on the law-abiding gun owners in Maine.
It will have no effect on law-abiding gun owners in Maine or anywhere else. This has nothing to do with those individuals.
I want to take a slightly different view than I've heard today on the issue of terrorism. I'm on the Intelligence Committee. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon that we're in session, we meet upstairs in an enclosed room. And ever since I've been here in January of 2013, the subject, in one way or another, has been terrorism, has been the threats that this country is facing around the world. And what's happened in the last 4 years is a subtle change in the nature of that threat. And when we first came, we were talking about Al-Qaeda. We were talking about plots. We were talking about people coming here using airplanes, otherwise penetrating this country from abroad. What's happened is that the terrorist threat has become homegrown. In fact, there's even a term for it of homegrown extremists or local terrorists. And ISIS is here. Every place there is a computer with an internet connection, ISIS is there. And people like the shooter in Orlando may never go to the Middle East. I think he actually had traveled, but many of the people that are involved in this threat to our nation never leave the United States. So here's what we're doing, and here's why your amendment makes so much sense. Because we are spending millions of dollars, in fact, billions over the past 15 years to counteract this terrorist threat. And it suddenly occurred to me as I was thinking through it, we're spending millions of dollars to bomb ISIS's weapons supplies in Syria and Iraq, and they can buy their weapons here. How much sense does that make? It just is crazy that we are spending millions of dollars to interdict their weapons supply, and yet the people who are here, who are under their thrall, who are thinking about terrorist acts and who they are inspiring to these acts, can walk out and get a gun without any hesitation as long as they don't violate one of the terms of the current law. The other piece of this that I think is important is that the current law that has the list of prohibitions, mental illness, felony, domestic violence, there are 9, was passed in 1993. The world is enormously and fundamentally different than it was in 1993. In 1993, we'd barely heard of Al-Qaeda. There was no ISIS. There was very little threat or acknowledgement or understanding of domestic terrorism whatsoever, but now we're in terrorism 2.0. And what happened in Orlando is exactly what we've been hearing about in the Intelligence Committee, what's been predicted by all of our intelligence officials, what many of us have been talking about. It's the nightmare scenario: an American who is radicalized online, who goes out and gets a gun and kills 50 people. That is the hardest threat to stop, because there's no plot, there's no email trail, there are very little phone calls, there's nothing there. It's hard for our intelligence community to track someone like that. But if we have some knowledge of them, if they're in our database, to me it just makes common sense that that should be added to the list of disqualifications for buying guns. And this is no threat to anybody who's not on such a list. And I understand, and you can please comment, that the legislation that we're talking about has a constitutional escape hatch for people who are wrongly on the list or whose names are mixed up. And they will have an opportunity to protest that listing and have their names expunged if they can make the case that there was something wrong with them being on the list. Is that correct?
It is correct. It is correct, and that's an important facet of the amendment that Senator Feinstein has introduced. But it's also important, as we remarked earlier, perhaps when you were on the floor, Senator King, to understand the scope of this. We're talking about a very small number of sales that actually would be affected. In 2015, thanks to a report that Senator Feinstein released, we know that in that year, there were only about 215 sales at gun stores to individuals that were on the terrorist watch list. So it's a very small number of sales that we're talking about in the first place.
But if someone said, well, if that's such a small number, why are we bothering? Because it only takes one to kill 50 people.
Correct.
And that's really the essence of what you're talking about. Now, as I understand it, there are two parts of what we're talking about today. And by the way, you're not talking about assault weapons ban, you're not talking about magazine controls, you're not talking about any of those things. We're really talking about two things. Terrorist watch list: if you're on the list, you can't buy a gun. No fly, no buy. The second is to fill the loopholes in the background check system, because as I understand your argument, if we say if you're on the watch list you can't buy a gun, but there's this gaping 40% loophole where you could get a gun without any check whatsoever, then it doesn't matter. Anybody, the felon, anybody can get a gun under that circumstance. Is that the logical progression?
That's exactly right. And I think you very smartly referred back to the initiation of the background check system, in which no one was contemplating a terrorist watch list or a no-fly list existing. Well, that's the same thing with internet sales. That's the same thing with armlist.com. It's the same thing with gun shows. Back when we passed the background checks law, the vast majority of gun sales was done at bricks and mortar stores. What has happened is that sales have migrated into other forums, especially online. And so in all of these respects, I think you're accurately pointing out that all we are really seeking to do is to have the law and the initial intent of it catch up with the trajectory of time.
And I find it hard to believe that if we were debating that law in 1993 under the current circumstances, that some cognizance wouldn't have been taken of the risk of domestic terrorism.
I don't think there would have been any question that that category would have been included. That is probably why 80% of Americans support the adoption of this amendment or some version of it.
By the way, I would mention that since you have been on the floor today, 10 people have been murdered with guns. It's about one an hour.
Yeah.
Since the Orlando shooting, 100 people, twice as many as in Orlando, have been murdered with guns. So we're talking about Orlando, but we're also talking about people all over the country, mostly innocent people, sometimes people victims of domestic violence. And we're talking about, not about taking guns away from people, we're talking about keeping people who shouldn't have them from getting guns. And I've never met a gun owner who doesn't agree that that's just a common sense restriction.
Yeah.
Do you view this in any way as a violation of the Second Amendment?
Senator Udall was on the floor earlier, and he said somebody called his office earlier today asking why we were debating the Second Amendment today. And of course, the answer to that is we're not debating the Second Amendment. There's actually nothing about this debate that's relevant to the Second Amendment because the Second Amendment is clear. As the Supreme Court has stated, an individual has a right to own a firearm. But as that same court very clearly stated in an opinion by Justice Scalia himself, that right is not absolute. The Congress has the ability to say that there are some weapons that should be out of bounds, or there are some individuals who are so dangerous that they shouldn't own weapons. And so even the most conservative jurists on the Supreme Court have held very plainly that the Second Amendment allows for the Congress or for state legislatures to decide that there are certain individuals, felons, people that have been convicted of violent crimes, or individuals that we suspect of terrorist activities that shouldn't buy a weapon. And of course, as we remarked earlier, if you go into any gun club in Maine or Connecticut, that is what people are going to believe in those forums as well. They believe that law-abiding citizens should be able to get any weapons that they want, by and large, but they don't believe that criminals should be able to buy weapons. That's a view held by gun owners and non-gun owners alike, because everyone accepts that it is in keeping with the Second Amendment.
But don't you think that one of the problems with this debate, as it's evolved over the past few years, it's become a kind of either or?
Right.
If you're for the Second Amendment, there are no limitations whatsoever. And if you talk about limitations, you're against the Second Amendment. Do you accept that characterization?
I think you're exactly right. And I think this has become an either-or debate in so many different respects. I'm so glad you're weaving together this question of how we respond to terrorism and how we protect Americans from the consequences of loose gun laws, because there's also this juxtaposition in which these terrorist attacks are either about the fight against ISIS or they're about our loose gun laws. And they're about both. And this shooting in Orlando is about a whole host of other subjects as well. And so I think we have tried to stay true to the complexity of this question on the floor during this time. We are not suggesting that what we are proposing is going to solve the problem. But we do have to get out of this paradigm in which, if you're a supporter of the Second Amendment, you can't support any restrictions on individuals, whether or not they're on the terrorist watch list, to obtain guns.
Well, this solution that's being proposed, even if it only prevents one person, that could be 50 lives or 100 lives. And I think that's important. By the way, it's a dirty trick, Senator, to quote Justice Scalia on this subject. And he did make it clear in the Heller Amendment, as you point out, that the Second Amendment, as the First Amendment or any of the amendments, are not absolute. People say the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting speech. But you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's established law. And Justice Scalia in the Heller decision said the same thing about the Second Amendment. It's not absolute. There are limitations that can be placed upon it, particularly in the transfer of firearms. And I think that's what we're talking about here. So I commend the senator, and I believe that what we're talking about, and let me go back to the Intelligence Committee for a minute. It took me 2 or 3 months. Maybe I'm a slow learner, but I'm sitting in the Intelligence Committee, and I finally had 2 really visceral insights. One was, we're the only people watching the intelligence community. That we've got this large apparatus, and we've got these small committees in the House and the Senate, and we're the only people watching. That's not relevant to this debate, but that was an important realization that imposed upon me what I thought was an extraordinary responsibility to pay close attention to what these agencies are doing. The second insight was that the fundamental role of the Intelligence Committee, and I would argue the fundamental role of this body, is to constantly monitor and calibrate the tension that exists between 2 fundamental provisions of the Constitution, in this case 3. The first is in the preamble. Fundamental reason that this government was formed in the first place: to ensure domestic tranquility and provide for the common defense. That's the essence of any government. Fundamental, sacred responsibility. And then we have the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, Fourth and Fifth Amendment that have issues of privacy, issues of gun ownership, and we have to constantly balance and calibrate those provisions based upon technology and reality, circumstances, facts. And we have a new set of facts. We are facing a threat today in the United States that's different than what we have ever faced before, where we have people who are being motivated from abroad mostly, but are in our society, in our country. This fellow in Orlando was an American citizen, born here. And we've got to take cognizance of that. We've got to take account of that reality. If we don't, we're failing, it seems to me, our fundamental responsibility under the preamble of the Constitution to provide for the common defense. That's what the people of America expect us to do, to keep them safe. And this is simply one piece of the armor that we can provide to keep the people of America safe. I would conclude with a question to the senator. Is there any hope of getting this accomplished? Where are we? Why is this so hard? This seems to be a common sense response. And I read a quote from the NRA today that said, "We believe that terrorists should not have guns." So is there room for discussion, for compromise? Do you feel that there is an opportunity here to get to a place where we can respond to this new threat that's facing us without in any way compromising the values of the Second Amendment?
I thank the senator for guiding us towards that compromise, because it has to be there. And we are, on this issue, we are speaking the same language. Frankly, on background checks, we tend to speak the same language. We both say, Republicans and Democrats, that we don't want criminals to get guns. We both say that we don't want terrorists to get guns, and yet we have been unable to meet in the middle. My understanding is that the majority has a concern about the ability of individuals who shouldn't be on these lists to get off the list. So do we. We have no less interest in due process than they do. And so we want to bring these issues to a vote on the floor, but our preference is to bring a compromise measure that can pass and get the support of both sides. I know that we've had Senator Toomey and some others come to the floor today and suggest that there's some work to be done to get a compromise, and my hope is that we can get there. If we can't, then let's at least take the vote and let the American people see where we stand.
But my understanding is the amendment as proposed does provide specific process whereby a person who believes that they are wrongfully on the list, wrongfully denied the opportunity to purchase a firearm, they have the opportunity to contest that, to have it litigated, and have it resolved in a reasonably prompt manner.
And I think that has been the difficulty in finding this compromise. The existing text gives the ability already for anyone who believes that they are on the list wrongly to get off that list. That's why I said that we are just as concerned with that, and the underlying amendment that we have proposed, that Senator Feinstein has proposed, does exactly that. It gives an escape hatch for anyone that is on that list wrongly.
One of the odd things about this debate is that if this had been 15 years ago, I don't think we'd be even having this debate. This would have been done, background checks was generally uncontroversial. And if we'd had the terrorist threat, I can't believe it wouldn't have been. We've got domestic violence on there. How about terrorism violence? That should be part of this as well, and that's all you're really proposing. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's only controversial here, Senator King. It's not controversial out in the American public. They want this done, by and large. So we've created a controversy that really doesn't exist in the living rooms and social halls of this country.
I thank the senator, and thank you for your answers, and thank you for your leadership on this issue.
I think it's really important. Thank you, Senator King. I think it's really important that we have the diversity of our caucus represented as part of this discussion today. Senator King and Senator Donnelly, both strong supporters of the Second Amendment, and I'm glad to yield the floor for a question without losing my right to the floor to Senator Donnelly.
Will the senator from Connecticut yield for a question?
Will.
Like all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I was sick when I learned of the tragic shooting in Orlando. Since Sunday, like so many people, my thoughts have been with the families and with the friends of the victims, with the LGBT community, with the people of Orlando, with all Americans who are mourning the loss of loved ones at the hands of senseless gun violence. My thoughts are also with the parents across our nation who have to explain to our kids, how can something like this happen in our country? We were elected in this chamber to do a job, to discuss issues, to debate them, and to vote. To vote on legislation that makes our communities and our country safer. I came to the floor tonight to participate in this discussion because we have a job to do and we have action to take. Senator Murphy, I want to thank you for leading this effort. I am a supporter of the Second Amendment. I'm also someone who believes it's reasonable for all of us to consider smart and responsible ways to reduce gun violence. Those things are not in opposition to each other. Since I've come to the Senate, we've talked about mass shootings in Orlando, in San Bernardino, in Charleston, and in the senator's home state of Newtown, Connecticut. The truth is, there's gun violence across this country every single day. No state is immune, including my home state of Indiana. Every victim of gun violence is someone's mom, or someone's dad, or someone's sister, or someone's brother, or someone's son, or someone's daughter, or someone's husband, or someone's wife. And those lives are destroyed. There are bipartisan proposals we can consider today that can make a difference. They won't solve every problem, but we can save lives. We can start by considering the bipartisan proposal by Senators Joe Manchin and Pat Toomey that strengthens our background check system to help prevent criminals and individuals with serious mental illnesses from getting guns. This legislation requires background checks for all commercial gun sales, whether they're at a store, or whether they're at a gun show, or whether they are online. We should also debate and pass bipartisan legislation that denies firearm sales to known or suspected terrorists. This is simple American common sense. This is what the American people expect of us. This is what we were elected to do. If a person is on a terrorist watch list, they shouldn't be able to buy a gun. It is that simple and that uncomplicated. It's time to do our job. To do our job as members of Congress to confront the serious problem of gun violence in our country. To debate our options and to work to find solutions that help keep all Americans safe, to protect our individual rights. The members of this body, we have differences, but we shouldn't have differences on this. We have also demonstrated that we can find common ground at critical times. I'm confident every member of this body agrees we should keep weapons out of the hands of criminals, terrorists, people with mental illnesses. This should not be controversial. I urge all my colleagues to come together on behalf of the American people who have blessed us with this opportunity to serve here and to stand up for them and to vote on these proposals. It is the very least we can do for those families, for the people we represent, and for the serious obligation and responsibility they have given to us to do these things. They expect us to do our job. It's time for us to step up to the plate. And with all that in mind, I have a question for my good friend, the senator from Connecticut. And the question is this: Senator, don't we owe it to the victims of Orlando, the victims from your home state in Newtown, the victims of Charleston, and to the victims of gun violence in all our states to have a vote on these proposals, which are bipartisan in every single way.
Senator Donnelly, I think that last phrase is the most important. They're bipartisan in every single way. We've had bipartisan support for these proposals on the floor of the Senate, but frankly, more importantly, in Indiana and Connecticut, there is bipartisan support. Whether you are talking to progressive Democrats or rock rib Republicans, they all are of the consensus position that if you can't fly because we have deemed you to be a terrorist threat, then you probably shouldn't be able to buy an assault weapon. And that if you are a criminal, that it shouldn't really matter whether you walk into a gun show or a gun store, you shouldn't be able to buy a weapon. And so I think you've put it perfectly, which is that in every way, these are bipartisan proposals. And it's incumbent upon us to, at the very least, show the American public where the Senate stands on these issues. Show the people of Indiana and Connecticut and Illinois where senators stand on these two simple questions that have bipartisan grassroots support in this country.
Let me ask you one more question, which is this. Senator, do you think we are underestimating, in this body, that the senators are underestimating the common sense of the American people? That they know terrorists shouldn't be allowed to have these weapons. That they know it's a danger to our kids, to our families. That we would do great credit to the American people to have the faith in them, to believe in them, that they are ready to take these steps. They're ready to see their senators take these steps and to stand with us, because we all love our children. We all love our families. We all want to make sure that when they go out to be with their friends, they come home safe that night. That for all of our families, whether Republican or Democrat, that or most important, you know, we're not red or blue. We're red, we're white, and we're blue. We're all Americans. We are one team. We are in this together. And doesn't it seem to make sense that here we ought to be able to reflect the will of the American people? And I think the American people are ready for this, Senator, don't you?
It's just, it's a political issue here. It's not a political issue anywhere else. And you talk about, I think, a very apt description of our underestimation of the common sense of the American people. I also think we underestimate our ability to fundamentally address the fear that exists today about the next terrorist attack. I think if we were able to come together and pass these two simple measures, it would be a show of faith with the American people that we get it, that we understand how anxious they are, how fearful they are, how angry they are. And there is a salve to the wound that could come if we were able to come together and act. It's not just that it would make a practical difference, stopping potential terrorists from getting guns, but it would have a psychological impact on people. So I think you're right that we underestimate the common sense of the American public, but I also think we underestimate our ability to do something meaningful to address what is a very legitimate anxiety in the public, having watched San Bernardino to Orlando. I thank the gentleman, and I yield to Senator Durbin for a question without losing the right to the floor.
I would like to direct a question to the senator from Connecticut. First, I would like to acknowledge that the senator from Connecticut took the floor about 10 hours ago and has stood here with his colleague, the senator from New Jersey, Senator Booker, and many others who have joined him during the course of this day. Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut was also here. I'd like to ask a few questions and then ask you to react to a news story that just came out today. I think it's important for us from time to time to remind those who are just starting to follow this debate why we are here, and particularly why you, Senator, have been on the floor for 10 hours straight. This is unusual in the Senate. It is technically known as a filibuster when one member takes the floor and doesn't yield the floor. And it's done for a variety of reasons. It's been done throughout the history of this chamber. But I hope we can make it clear from the outset of why we're doing it today, why you are leading it, and why we are joining you today, why this is an important message that we are trying to send across America from one coast to the other, and include the islands of Hawaii. That we are dealing with this because what happened in Orlando has really focused America on gun violence and the terrible tragedy that occurred there with 49 deaths and almost another 50 who were injured, seriously injured, as a result of this gunman who turned his guns loose on these poor people who'd gathered at this nightclub. I'd like to ask the senator from Connecticut, at the risk of repeating himself, which is part of what we do here, but at the risk of making sure that those who are following the debate, if he would tell us the two issues that he believes bring us together in this effort, this common effort, late this evening on the floor of the Senate.
I thank the senator for continuing to focus us on why we're here. We're frankly not here just to talk. We're here to try to bring some resolution to this debate and to move on the consideration of the CJS appropriations bill. We're asking for 2 votes on what could be consensus measures with respect to protecting Americans. 1, we want to make sure that if you are on the terrorist watch list, if you are on the no-fly list, then you cannot buy a gun, that you are prohibited by law from buying a gun. No controversy about that in the American public. It would make a tremendous difference. Second, in order to make that provision truly effective, we need to make sure that no matter where you buy a gun, whether you buy it at a bricks and mortar store, online, or at a gun show, that you are subject to background checks. One of those provisions without the other doesn't protect us. Both of them together protect Americans from terrorist attack, protect the flow of illegal guns into communities like Chicago without having any effect on individuals' Second Amendment rights. If you are a law-abiding citizen in this country, the 2 measures that we are proffering for a vote on the Senate floor will have 0 impact on you. If we can get an agreement to move forward in a consensus way on those 2 measures, my hope is that we could come together and find language that both sides could agree with. At the very least, we should have a vote on these measures so that we can see where people stand. Then we will gladly relinquish the floor.
I'd ask the senator from Connecticut, without asking him to yield the floor, another question. Our colleague from California, Senator Feinstein, has filed an amendment. I believe she's making some slight changes to it, but the amendment addresses the first issue. It authorizes the Attorney General of the United States to deny requests to transfer a firearm to a known or suspected terrorist. Now, the senator from Connecticut has said it repeatedly, and I think I'd like to repeat it myself. This is something the vast majority of Americans say, you mean a terrorist can buy a gun in America and you can't stop him? So overwhelmingly, Democrat, Republican, Independent, gun owners, non-gun owners, believe this is common sense. And the senator from California, in this amendment, says hereafter the Attorney General may deny the transfer of a firearm if the Attorney General determines, based on the totality of circumstances, that the transferee, purchaser of the firearm, represents a threat to public safety based on a reasonable suspicion that the transferee is engaged, has been engaged in conduct constituting in preparation for, in aid of, or related to terrorism, or providing material support or resources thereof. So in the first sentence of about 6 or 7 sentence amendment, this senator from California, in a few words, says exactly what the senator from Connecticut has said. We want to give to the Attorney General the power to stop a suspected terrorist from buying a firearm in this country. The power. Today we had a briefing, and I know you couldn't attend because you were here on the floor with this important responsibility. The briefing came from the leader of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Jim Comey, Jay Johnson, the head of the Department of Homeland Security. And they talked about what happened in Orlando. Some of the things they told us cannot be repeated outside of that closed-door briefing, and some of it will come out as the investigation unfolds. But here's something that they told us that can be shared. This man who went into that Pulse nightclub at 2 o'clock in the morning in Orlando had 2 firearms with him. And before that evening was over, that tragic evening ended, he had shot hundreds of rounds into that crowded nightclub. This one man, hundreds of rounds. And what I asked them was, please put this in perspective for me. Since 9/11, we have focused on what happened that terrible day when 3,000 innocent Americans died because terrorists took over airplanes and crashed them into the World Trade Center, into the Pentagon, and might have crashed them into this building had the brave passengers and crew not stopped them over Pennsylvania. What we do every single day is to spend hundreds of millions of dollars for safety on airplanes and airports because we don't want to run the risk that a passenger will get on board a plane and endanger the lives of passengers, up to 200 passengers or more, with a bomb or some other means. We go to elaborate lengths. Think about it. How many times have you taken off your shoes, opened your bags, put things on the conveyor belt? We've done that now for 15 years, so we don't have to relive the tragedy of 9/11. Well, think about this for a second. If that same terrorist decides not to use an airplane, but to use a semi-automatic weapon, the kind of weapon used by this man in Orlando, that person can endanger the lives of hundreds of people and kill 49 in that tragic situation. So my question to the senator from Connecticut is this. As we are focusing on the use of these military-style weapons, are we not reflecting the new reality of the terrorist threat to America? Not just airplanes and the other means that they've used, but now what appears to be a more common weapon of choice, commonly purchased at gun stores by even suspected terrorists. Is that not what you are focusing on, and we are focusing on, as the first thing that needs to be changed in the law?
Senator Durbin, let me read you the transcript of a video from one of al-Qaeda's most important operatives, an American by the name of Adam Gadayan. He's deceased now, but here's what he said in a video that he sent to potential converts in the United States. Quote, "In the West, you've got a lot at your disposal. Let's take America, for example. America is absolutely awash with easily obtainable firearms. You can go down to a gun show at the local convention center and come away with a fully automatic assault rifle without a background check and most likely without having to show an identification card. So what are you waiting for?" This is an al-Qaeda operative, an al-Qaeda recruiter, specifically instructing their potential followers in the United States to go to gun shows to buy assault weapons in order to carry out lone wolf attacks. This isn't theoretical. We aren't making this up on the floor of the Senate. This is a clear strategic decision on behalf of these groups. They are losing territory inside Iraq and Syria. They are more dependent on lone wolf attacks than ever, and they have figured out that the quickest pathway to massive death and destruction is not to hijack an airplane, is not to construct an explosive device, but to buy an assault weapon.
If the senator would yield further for a question.
I would.
Without yielding the floor. Despite the worst mass murder in the history of the United States of America that occurred in Orlando, Florida, despite the national reaction and international reaction to this tragedy, there was no issue scheduled this week in the United States Senate on the issue of firearms and terrorism. Not one. Not until the senator from Connecticut took the floor 10 hours and 20 minutes ago and said, "I'm not going to sit down until there's an agreement that we're going to debate this issue on the floor of the United States Senate." It was not even on the schedule of things for us to discuss this week until this senator from Connecticut and his friends and colleagues decided to make an issue of it. And I asked the senator if he is aware of the fact that today the American Medical Association put out a press release in Chicago. I think it's historic, and I'd like to read it if my colleagues will bear with me for a minute. This is from the American Medical Association. The worst mass shooting in modern U.S. history has prompted the American Medical Association to call gun violence, quote, a public health crisis, and urged that Congress fund research into the problem. The American Medical Association, which lobbies on behalf of doctors, said on Tuesday it will press Congress to overturn 20-year-old legislation that blocks the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention from conducting research on gun violence. A 29-year-old gunman slaughtered 49 people at a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida, before dawn on Sunday. The AMA adopted a policy at its annual meeting in Chicago. It called U.S. gun violence a crisis that requires a comprehensive response and solution. I'm going to ask consent that the remainder of this AMA release be placed in the record as part of my question to the senator from Connecticut.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I thank, and to complete the question, I'd like to complete the question to the senator, and then I'm happy to yield the floor. The point that we're getting to is this is the beginning of an important national debate brought on by the tragedy in Orlando. It is a debate which would not have occurred this week had the senator from Connecticut and his colleagues not taken the floor with this filibuster on the Senate floor. I thank the senator for his leadership on this. And I ask the senator, if we can reach a point where we have a statement by the Republican leadership in the Senate that they will give us the votes on these two key issues that we have raised over and over again, is that the purpose and intent of your filibuster?
I thank the gentleman for this question. That's exactly why we're here. Let me just reiterate the supposition, the premise of his question. I and Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal, and I know you share this view as well, just couldn't come back here and debate amendments on the CJS bill that had nothing to do with this epidemic of gun violence witnessed most recently by the worst mass shooting in the history of this country. I just simply couldn't come back here and pretend that there's nothing we can do about it, because of course we can come together and find a path forward. And so yes, we are on the floor demanding a vote because it would be unconscionable to leave this week without having a specific debate on these measures and without trying to find a path forward. Now, I will say to my friend that my greatest hope is that we can find common ground on these measures. But in absence of common ground, in absence of a willingness on behalf of the majority party to actually sit down and negotiate this, then let's have the vote. Then let's have the vote and see where members of this body stand, up or down. Let's see what members choose to do a week after the worst mass shooting in the history of this country, when they are proffered with the question, do you want terrorists to be able to own guns in this country? Do you want individuals who have known connections to terrorist organizations to be able to buy military assault-style weapons? Let's put that question on the floor of the Senate and see what everyone's answer is. I thank the gentleman, and I would yield the floor to Senator Brown for a question without losing my right to the floor.
And I first of all so appreciate, as Senator Durbin said, I so appreciate your being here this evening. I so appreciate the work that Senator Murphy has done. I appreciate so much the work he's done, Senator Booker, Senator Blumenthal. I welcome others of my colleagues to the floor. And I heard Senator King say something from Maine. We know what happened with this terrible shooting in Orlando with 49 innocent people killed. We know what happened in Sandy Hook. We heard Senator Kaine talking earlier today about what happened at Virginia Tech. We heard what happened in Denver when they shot the Planned Parenthood clinic. We know what happened in San Bernardino. We know what happened in southern Ohio, in a rural Appalachian area of my state, where a number of people were killed. It didn't get quite as much attention. We know what happened to Tamir Rice in my city of Cleveland, a 12-year-old boy that was gunned down. But what Senator King said was so interesting, because we see these awful massacres of 5 or 10 or 20 or as many now as 49 people murdered in cold blood. But what he said, if I could hear it exactly right, was every hour on the average a person's murdered in this country, 2 or 3 people die from gun violence. that since the Orlando massacre, about 100 people have been killed by gunfire, twice as many as were killed in Orlando. And it just begs the question. We have briefings. We had a briefing today, an intelligence briefing from the FBI, as Senator Durbin said, about this mass killing. We all get together and talk about these mass killings, but we don't talk about the day-by-day gun violence. And I think the American people, they surely know of the mass killings. They always write our offices. They always tell us to do something. And then interest tends to diminish as it becomes a day old, 2 days old, 3 days old, 4 days old news. But what Senator King said was so important that this just happens every day. As Senator Booker says, it's often a poor kid that's murdered. I was on the floor earlier tonight, and I mentioned how my wife and I live in zip code 44105 in Cleveland. That zip code in 2007 had more foreclosures than any zip code in the first half of the year, any zip code in the United States of America. It's a zip code where there are there's a lot of poverty, there's a lot of violence. And the other night, when I was in Washington, my wife heard gunshots and then heard a police siren. That's happened far too many times when I'm home. If my grandchildren are there, you're alarmed. It's usually the gunshots maybe a quarter mile away, a half mile away, but we know that each time it might be somebody that's badly injured or worse. So my question for Senator Murphy is, how do we see what's happening. We see maybe the members of the Senate who have been at the beck and call of the gun lobby, maybe they're listening now. How do we make sure that we remind them and remind the American people, because I don't think the American people think about what Senator King said, that there's one murder an hour roughly in this country on the average, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that there are 2 or 3 people that are victims of gunfire day after hour after hour, day after day. All we really read about, all we really react to is these terrible, terrible mass shootings, but not the day-by-day, hour-by-hour, minute-by-minute violence. How do we bring that to people's attention so people in this body go home and do their job? I mean, this Senate's not doing its job in confirming a Supreme Court nominee. It's not doing its job for the mine workers that Senator Donnelly and Senator Durbin and I have in our states, or the pensioners with the Teamsters Central State Fund. They're not doing their job there either. But on this one, how do we, until this Senate actually does the right thing, Senator Murphy, how do we keep attention on this issue when people's memories are the memories fade and we go back to work and do nothing? That's why you're standing on this floor hour after hour after hour. And understand, anybody that's watching, and I know we're not speaking to the country here, but that this is a senator from Connecticut who is not sad all day, he's not been able to eat, just stands here and leads this debate and leads this filibuster, pleading for this Senate. Most of our colleagues are out for dinner or home now, but pleading for our colleagues to actually stand up and do the right thing. And I give him so much credit for that. But how do we sustain this until we get our colleagues here to finally do their job?
Well, I thank the Senator for the question. I'll give credit to Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal, who have been here. I think Senator Booker has actually been physically standing for the exact same amount of time that I've been physically standing as well. But hopefully we are answering that question right now. I mean, let me just give you the evidence of what's happening in social media today. This filibuster has been the #1 trending topic on Twitter all day long. So there is nothing being discussed more on the most popular social media application in the country than our effort to bring light onto this epidemic of tragedy that exists in our cities every day. Now, you probably don't know this, most people don't know this, but last year there was a mass shooting on average more than once a day. Because if you categorize a mass shooting as 4 or more people being shot at any one time, there were mass shootings happening in Cleveland and in Baltimore and in New Orleans and in Bridgeport and in Chicago on a regular basis. And so this effort, I hope, is not just in the service of trying to bring a vote and a debate to the floor on these 2 measures, but on opening this country's eyes to the epidemic of gun violence that exists. Secondarily, I think we need to do more of what Senator Baldwin did earlier tonight. We've got to come down to this floor, go out into our communities, and tell the stories of who these victims are, right? Tell the stories of who these young 17 and 18-year-olds are who died in your cities, in my cities. Tell the story of their moms and their dads that were left behind. Personalize this in a way that right now is not real for most Americans. I've gotten the question a number of times tonight, why haven't we been able to move this debate? And I think some of it is on us. I think some of it is on us for not being as relentless as we can on the floor of the Senate, out in our districts, on commanding attention to this issue of the routineness of gun violence in our cities. And it frankly warms my heart to look around this room today and see 8 or 9 or 10 senators still sitting on the floor at 10 o'clock at night. And maybe this is a means to recommit ourselves to bringing this message of the reality of everyday gun violence in our cities to every single corner of this country. And so I thank the gentleman. Would yield for any further questions. No. Okay. Yield to
Mr.
Senator.
President, would my colleague from Connecticut yield for a question?
I'd yield for a question without losing the right to the floor.
Well, I thank my colleague, and before I get to my question, first let me tell him I just came from the Sandy Hook Promise dinner put together by the parents in his state, family members who had lost loved ones in that horrible tragedy of Sandy Hook. They were so inspired by the actions of their 2 senators who were chairs of this organization, the senator from New Jersey and so many who have taken the floor tonight, that when I mentioned it, they just rose up in standing ovation. And they inspire us. I know they've inspired our good friends from Connecticut. They're amazing people. And the scriptures, when something like this happens, a loved one is taken from you, as so many loved ones were lost in Orlando, as the good senator from Wisconsin so eloquently documented earlier this evening. The natural inclination is to curse the darkness, to say, why me? To be angry, to turn inward, to say, I don't want to live life anymore. And for those who can light candles to try and prevent this from happening to others, even though their losses will never, never, never be extinguished, the holes in their hearts will never be gone, is an amazing thing. And before I asked my question, I wanted to convey to my good friend how his activities and the activities of his colleague from Connecticut and the senator from New Jersey and so many others here today has inspired this group as they have inspired us. And I think the senator is correct. If we can have a virtuous cycle of being inspired by others and then trying through our small efforts to inspire others, we'll win this fight. And I have every confidence we will. We will. Dr. King said, the arc of history is long, but it bends in the direction of justice. That's something that we're all mindful of. It will bend in the direction of justice. And my colleague from Connecticut has helped bend it a little bit more. And for that, we are so, so, so thankful. I'd like to ask my colleague a question just about what we hear from some on the other side, Second Amendment, and the kind of proposals that we've seen from the senator from Texas and the senator from Pennsylvania as they seek compromise, talk about the Second Amendment. And to them, it almost seems that the Second Amendment is absolute. Now, I, for one, believe in the Second Amendment. I believe there was a right to bear arms even before the Heller decision. I believe that it is not fair to read the other amendments of the Constitution in such an expansive way and then say Second Amendment means just militias. Some of my colleagues on this side of the aisle will agree, some will disagree. But my question to my colleague is very simple. Even if you have a strong belief in the Second Amendment, no amendment is absolute. The First Amendment, so dear to us, but you can't falsely scream fire in a crowded theater. That is a limitation on our First Amendment rights. We have laws against child pornography, as we should. That is a limitation on our First Amendment rights. We have libel laws. You say something that's false and hurts or damages someone, you can be sued. That's a limitation on First Amendment rights. Well, isn't it true? Just as we have limitations on First Amendment rights, there are reasonable limits on Second Amendment rights. And it would seem to me that one of the most logical limitations is to say someone who is totally dangerous or might be totally dangerous and can wreak the kind of havoc we saw so tragically in Orlando and in Newtown and in Aurora and in places across the country, San Bernardino, should not have an absolute right to a firearm. And another point here before I get to my question. I find it ironic that so many of my colleagues who are so meticulous on the Second Amendment in terms of civil liberties and due process don't really seem to care about it on all the other amendments. That's the sort of inverse. We don't hear rousing speeches from some of the senators who have gotten up in the past few days about let's make sure we don't make a single mistake. When it comes to the criminal justice system, we have a number of senators, New Jersey, Illinois, here tonight who have worked hard on criminal justice relief. But we don't hear from the other side about the need for making sure due process is followed when it comes to the criminal law, except for the Second Amendment. And so let's try to be consistent here. Let's believe in all the amendments. But let's realize that every amendment has a limitation, that a balancing test has always been the watchword of the Supreme Court from the founding of the Republic. And I would ask my colleague to explore with me a little bit about this contradiction, about the idea from some that the Second Amendment, and maybe to some of them the Second Amendment alone, is the only one that should be absolute. Would my colleague talk a little about that? Would my colleague, I'm sure we've talked about this together in the past, about the need for reasonable limitations on every amendment, including the second, as we are attempting to do here with the two pieces of legislation we seek a vote on. Simple vote.
I thank the senator for this question, and I would just remind him and others that this concept of the Second Amendment that you offer is embedded in the Heller decision. The Heller decision itself, and Senator King chided me for referring to the majority opinion in that decision by Justice Scalia earlier, but it says very specifically that though the majority holds that there is an individual right to own a gun, that right is absolutely not absolute. And he actually gives specific examples in the majority decision of ways in which you can condition that right in order to affect the public safety, like, for instance, restricting the type of weapons that are bought or restricting guns and firearms from individuals who are deemed dangerous. And so this isn't theoretical. This is the law, the interpretation of the Second Amendment as determined by this court. And on this question of inconsistency, let's just keep it packed into the question of the terrorist watch list. I have not heard one of my Republican colleagues come down to the floor and defend the right of those on that list to get into any airplane they want and travel anywhere in the world. Right? There's no one that has done that, nor will they. And that is because of this inconsistency in which the absolute protection of Second Amendment rights is treated in a fundamentally different way than the protection of other rights. It is no less dangerous for an individual to pick up a dangerous assault weapon that can kill hundreds of people at a time than it might be in order to get on a crowded airplane. You could conceivably kill the same number of people with an assault weapon as you can with an airplane. And yet those two rights, the right to travel and the right to own a gun, are treated differently.
I thank my colleague.
Thank you. I would, at this point, I thank my colleague from New York, and I would, through the chair, yield for a question to the senator from Minnesota joining us without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you. I ask the senator from Connecticut will yield for a question without yielding the floor.
I would.
Thank you so much to the senator from Connecticut. One of our fellow senators noted that maybe not many people are watching. Well, having been around and tonight talking to people, a lot of people are watching this. The country is watching this because people have been waiting for action. For so many of us that have been involved in law enforcement, for me, it's a series of pictures. It's the pictures of those victims in Orlando. And with every picture, there's a story. Everyone killed in that massacre was someone's brother, was someone's son, was someone's loved one. I think of the little girl with a blue dress with stars on, walking down a church. Her dad had been murdered by a madman, someone who was mentally ill, someone who was a perpetrator of domestic violence. Her dad was a police officer, Lake City, Minnesota, a beautiful little town on a beautiful lake. And he was just doing his job one day, and he was called to this home. He went to the front door. He had on a bulletproof vest, but the guy shot him, and he shot him in the head. And there we were all at the funeral, the same church where only a week ago the children had been in a nativity play, and their dad was sitting in the front proudly watching them. A week later, that same family was walking down the center aisle of the church, the little girl in a blue dress covered in stars. Or I think about those Sandy Hook parents, the ones that Senator Murphy knows so well, who were in my office, as they were in many other senators' offices, the morning of the vote of the background check bill. I told the story earlier this afternoon. And the mom is sitting there, and they're all so sober, so glum, because they actually thought there was a chance that the people in this chamber would respond after they lost their little children in another senseless act of violence. The mom in the office.
Five-year-old woman to her younger sister to tiny little babies and children. And I got a call as a city council member, and I raced to the scene, and it was chaos. And that has begun a 22-year experience of being too intimate with this problem. That funeral of the family in the Arthur Ashe Center in Richmond with 3,000 people in 6 little white coffins at the front of the room is something that I will never, ever forget. A number of years later, I was governor of Virginia. I had just taken a trade mission to Japan and had landed, checked into the hotel, had fallen asleep, and someone knocked at my door. It was April 16, 2007. My security detail says, "You have to call home. Something horrible has happened in Virginia. It's still underway." And I called to find that a shooting was still then taking place at Virginia Tech University in Blacksburg that eventually killed 32 people, injured dozens of others. At that point, the worst shooting incident in the history of the United States, but no longer. That was the worst day of my life, and it will always be the worst day of my life. Comforting the families of the victims, talking to the first responders who went into a classroom where bodies littered the floor and heard in the pockets of deceased students and professors cell phones ringing as parents who had seen it on the news were calling their kids, just knowing they're at Virginia Tech, to ask them if they would be all right, a call that would never be answered. This traumatized some of the most hardened first responders that I know. I knew priests and ministers in that community who had seen a lot and were traumatized in the days to follow. And to the senator from Connecticut, you have a reasonable proposal on the floor with respect to background record checks. The deranged young man who had committed that crime and then killed himself was not supposed to get a weapon. He was federally prohibited from getting a weapon because he'd have been adjudicated mentally ill and dangerous. But the weaknesses of the background check system Gaps in the background check system had enabled him to purchase this weapon and commit this unspeakable carnage. We learned everything we could learn from that tragedy. We fixed what we could fix, but to my everlasting regret, I could fix part of the background record check system. But when I went to my legislature and said, let's have universal background checks so this won't happen again, even in the aftermath of the worst shooting tragedy in the history of the United States, I couldn't get my legislature to do the simple thing that the voters, that gun owners, that NRA members said they should do. And then a year ago, it was in August of 2015, in the same community, the Blacksburg-Roanoke community in Virginia, a young woman I know who was the TV reporter at WDBJ Television, Allison Parker, who covered Senator Warner and me. We know her parents. She was shooting a live piece in the morning about an anniversary of a local chamber of commerce, and a mentally ill former employee of the station came up live on television and videoing himself and killed Allison and Adam Ward, her cameraman, and ultimately took his own life later that day. We got scar tissue in my town. We got scar tissue in my Commonwealth. We've got scar tissue in this country. We've got scar tissue personally. And after every one of these instances, we resolve to be better. We resolve to do more. Why do we need to be passive? Why do we need to do nothing? We resolve to do better and do more, and yet here in this body, we can't. We were together here, my colleague from Connecticut. I talked about the worst day of my life at Blacksburg, but the worst day in the Senate was standing here on the floor in April of 2013 and having a debate about this very piece of legislation about background record checks. And we were surrounded in the gallery by the victims and the families from Newtown. And they were watching us. There's a line in the letter to the Hebrews that talks about being surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses. And we were surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses. And with them were Virginia Tech families. And they were together, and they were watching us, and they were praying, I know, for us that we would do the right thing. And yet, even with the family members who had suffered from your state, Senator Murphy and Senator Blumenthal, even with those family members hoping we would do the right thing, we couldn't get there. And as surely as night follows day, there have been other tragedies, and now something I hoped would never happen, a shooting tragedy that eclipsed even this horrific tragedy in Blacksburg in 2007. And so the question that has to be asked is, what will it take and when will we act? And so if I could ask you a series of questions, because I'm not just grappling with this as a legislator, I'm grappling with this as a person, as a parent, as a friend, as somebody who's got the scar tissue that we all have. I have an organization in my state that's headquartered in my state, the National Rifle Association, that says we can't do anything because of the Second Amendment. And so let me ask you a couple of questions to my colleague. You would agree with me, would you not? The Second Amendment, it's in the Constitution, so of course it's important. It's important like the First Amendment is important. Wouldn't you agree with me on that?
It's in there for a reason, Senator Kane.
It's in there for a reason, and it's been in there since 1787, and Virginians were drafters. So it's in there for a reason, and it's important, just like the First Amendment is important. Let me ask you about the First Amendment. The First Amendment says there is a right to free speech and a right to freedom of the press. Now, does that mean constitutionally that I can go out and slander and libel anyone and there is no consequence for that? Is that what the First Amendment means?
The First Amendment is as important as the Second Amendment, but it comes with conditions and responsibilities. One of them is that you can't slander your fellow citizens. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. There are important limitations since the beginning of the Republic built around the First Amendment, which frankly is as sacred as any of the individual rights that are encompassed in the Bill of Rights.
There's another part of the First Amendment that says that you have a right to assemble. Now, my understanding, and you're a lawyer, so you tell me if I'm wrong about the right to assemble, is you've got a right to assemble, but a government can condition that. It can say you've got to get a permit, or you can assemble here, not there. It can't discriminate among points of view, but the common constitutional provision is that there can be reasonable restrictions on the time, place, and manner of assembly under the First Amendment, and that's completely constitutional. Is that your understanding of the clause?
It's yet another qualified right within the Bill of Rights.
And I could do the same thing on the Third Amendment, and I could do the same thing on the Fourth Amendment. I could do the same thing on the Sixth Amendment and on the Seventh Amendment, the right to trial by jury in civil matters. And in each of these rights, which are important, just like the Second Amendment is important, in each of these rights, we commonly accept, actually, we demand, not just accept, that consistent with the constitutional rights, there be reasonable limits so that we can live together in peaceable harmony as citizens. And would you agree with me that there's nothing about those reasonable restrictions in the First or the Second or the Third or the Fourth or the Sixth or the Seventh Amendments that is at all inconsistent with the constitutional framework that we take an oath to uphold when we come into this body?
I haven't memorized portions of the Constitution as well as Senator King has, but he very eloquently stated for us the preamble of the Constitution, which commits us first and foremost to preserve domestic tranquility and to protect the common defense. So at the very beginning of the Constitution is this obligation to take the issue of public safety as a sacred duty upon inheriting the mantle of preserving and defending the Constitution. And so, as you have stated, all of those rights in the Bill of Rights come with conditions and responsibilities demanded by the American people. And when we talk about the Second Amendment, it is educated by that very important preamble, which commands all of us to do whatever is necessary to protect the safety of our citizens.
And am I not right that the Second Amendment even has the phrase in it, well regulated? It even acknowledges the notion that this particular right is one where regulation is contemplated.
Whereas the First Amendment doesn't place the conditions in the text,
Yeah.
They are read into it. The Second Amendment has conditions in the literal text.
So the organization in Virginia that makes this argument about the Second Amendment, I think we can clearly demonstrate it's specious. The Second Amendment is critically important. Those of us, we all take an oath to uphold it, and we do uphold it, but there's nothing inconsistent with the Second Amendment in terms of the provisions you're talking about on the floor. Let me ask you this. Here's an argument they also make. I hear them make this all the time. What these guys want to do, who are advocating these propositions, is they want to take away all your guns. Now, you were in the House for a while before I got here. Has there ever been, to your recollection in your time here, a proposal that's been put in place in Congress to take away the guns of American citizens?
This is a wonderful subtext to all of the rhetoric that comes from the gun lobby and the NRA, that there is this secret agenda to essentially get the camel's nose under the tent through an expansion of background checks or a restriction on individuals who are on the terrorist watch list to buy guns, because the ultimate goal here is to eventually parachute into people's homes and take away all of your weapons, gun confiscation. Of course, that is a mythology that has been created by the gun lobby in order to sell more weapons, in order to make people scared of their government so that they have to arm themselves. There is no logic to it. And as you state in reference to your question, there has never been a proposal before the United States Congress to engage in any of the widespread confiscation efforts that have been imagined out of thin air by these advocacy organizations.
I thought that was the case. I'm a gun owner and I'm a supporter of the Second Amendment, and I've been unaware of this body or any state legislature putting in a proposal to take away folks' guns, as advocates would suggest. Let me ask you this one. Here was a position this organization used to advocate all the time. We don't want to have things that restrict law-abiding citizens. We just want to keep guns out of the hands of the bad guys. That was, for a very long time, the NRA's position. Don't restrict law-abiding citizens. Keep guns out of the hands of bad guys. As far as you know, is there any way to enforce the existing laws and keep the guns out of the hands of the bad guys,
pursuant to the federal laws that have been in place for a very long time that prohibit 9 categories of people from owning weapons, is there any way to do that job and keep the guns out of the hands of the bad guys without a comprehensive background record check so that somebody who's selling can determine whether or not somebody who's buying is a bad guy?
When we passed the background checks law initially, Senator Kaine, it was pretty good at keeping guns out of the hands of bad guys, because at that time, the vast majority of gun sales occurred in bricks and mortar gun stores. But what has happened since that time, as you know, is that sales of guns have transferred from bricks and mortar stores to online sales, to sales in gun shows. And because the law has not caught up, there are quite literally thousands of criminals and convicts and felons that are now walking into gun stores, are now just typing in armslist.com online and buying guns with no background check because the law has not kept up. So if you are truly sincere about stopping the bad guys from getting the guns, then you have to, by definition, expand the number of sales that are subject to background checks to those that are happening in 40% of the sales, which occur now online and in gun shows. Never mind the fact that the baddest of the guys are probably the ones that have had known connections and communications with terrorist groups who are not on that list today of those that are prohibited from buying guns.
Can I ask you this, since we've started to talk about this question? Has anybody come up to you and said, hey, people on the terrorist watch list, we just shouldn't be worried about them? You know, why would we worry about people on the terrorist watch list? Have they tried to argue that those are good guys?
Quite the opposite. They would rise to the highest level of concern for most of our constituents.
So here's where I'm puzzled. So an organization that says they're about the Second Amendment, they advocate a position that has no support in the Second Amendment. An organization that says and shakes their fist, we're trying to take their guns away, that has no basis because there are no such provisions that are on the floor or that have been introduced. And an organization that says they want to keep guns out of the hands of bad guys, the only way to do that is to have a background record check. So doesn't it seem like the organization's principles are really, well, let's start with this. It seems to me that they're at odds with the point of view of not only most Americans, but also most gun owners. Most gun owners support the common sense provisions that you are describing here on the Senate floor.
I assume that you have gun clubs in Virginia just like we have in Connecticut. And if you walk into a gun club in Connecticut, there's going to be pretty solid consensus that criminals shouldn't buy guns and that those law-abiding gun owners that sit in those gun clubs on Saturdays and Sundays have absolutely no problem with sales online or sales at gun shows being subject to background checks because they've gone through background checks. And they know that on average, a background check takes less than 10 minutes. They know that it is nothing more than a 9-minute on average inconvenience for someone that's buying a gun, and they support it further. Frankly, those guys in the gun clubs are amongst the loudest in their concern that terrorists have the ability today to buy dangerous weapons and commit mass murder like we saw in Orlando. And so this consensus that exists out there in the American public is not a consensus amongst progressive Democrats. It's a consensus amongst gun owners, non-gun owners, Democrats, Republicans, moms, dads, conservatives, liberals, Georgia, Connecticut, California. There is a cross-section of the American public that doesn't support keeping bad guys from getting guns, and thus the two reforms that we are asking for here today, a law that prohibits people on the terrorist watch list from getting guns, and a law that expands background checks to all of the forums in which guns are sold today.
And I would go one further. Not only is it consistent with what the American public wants in virtually any zip code in this country, I think the notion of keeping guns out of the hands of bad guys, which for a long time has been the stated principle of the National Rifle Association, I think that is in accord with the opinions of the members of the National Rifle Association. As I've seen polling about NRA members, the members of the organization overwhelmingly support background record checks because they want to keep guns out of the hands of bad guys.
And Senator Kaine, they support it. NRA members support it at the exact same rate that non-gun owners and non-NRA supporters, non-NRA members support it. And in fact, NRA members frankly, have been historically those who have been most supportive of provisions that would prevent guns from getting into the hands of criminals, because NRA members, by and large, are law-abiding gun owners. And so they historically have had some of the greatest concern about this, which is why it's so hard to understand this disconnect between where their members are, where gun owners are, and where the advocacy organization is.
And that's talking about outside this building. How about the disconnect between what our citizens and gun owners and NRA members want and expect us to do, and the complete lack of action, and frankly, counterproductive action? I mean, let's talk about that. Congress has given gun manufacturers a unique form of liability protection that virtually nobody else gets in this country. We have put a number of restrictions in place to stop research into causes of gun violence, to stop the ability to trace weapons in gun violence. Don't all these are not only not doing the right thing, but doing the wrong thing, in the sense of the thing that seems completely contrary to the wishes of the constituents who send us here to represent them.
And when you present these issues to the American public, they scratch their heads. Right? They scratch their heads because they assume already that individuals on the terrorist watch list can't buy guns. And they think it's absurd that we passed a law that subjects toy guns to a greater standard of negligence than real guns. I mean, that's what that law effectively did. That law said that if you sell a toy gun, then you're going to be subject to a higher standard of negligence if that gun misperforms than a gun company is going to be held to if its gun, its real gun, misfires. And when you explain that to somebody in your state, whether you're in a red state or a blue state, they scratch their head. It doesn't make sense to them.
And finally, the Senator, if I could do this, I know as part of standing on this floor, you're not standing here over, words and draft legislation. You're standing here because of people. And I sat with you and we talked about people in your community who had been affected. I would love to tell you the story about just one Virginian, if I could, and then I would love to have you comment on the story that I'm going to tell you. And I could tell a lot of different people that I could, but one just epitomizes to me so plainly this challenge, and it's a story of a man named Liviu Librescu. Liviu Librescu was one of the people killed at Virginia Tech. He was a professor of aerospace engineering. He was an amazing professor. And on April 16, 2007, when Sung-Wi Cho came into Norris Hall and started shooting people, he stood in front of the door and he told his engineering students to try to get out of the window so that they would be safe. And he blocked the door, and Sung-Wi Cho was shooting bullets through the door, and he kept saying, hurry, 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 until the last breath he took, he told students to hurry, and everyone in his class got out the window, except one other student, Mina Panchal, who stayed behind and encouraged others to go ahead of him. And Professor Librescu was one of the 32 killed that day, but here's the amazing thing about Liviu Librescu that I just find myself continuing to contemplate. Liviu Librescu was 76 years old. He was born in the 1930s as a Jew in Romania. And when Hitler and the Nazis started to sweep across Europe, he and his family were put into labor camps and concentration camps. But this amazing survivor, who was a young boy and a teenager, survived the Holocaust. Most of his family was killed. He survived the Holocaust. And now he's a teenager with a lot of his family gone. And a lot of people who had been through that experience in Romania decided to leave. They were so shattered. But this is my home. My family's gone. This is my home. I'm going to stay in Romania. Then the Soviet Union took over Romania. And they asked that he renounce his Judaism. And he wouldn't do it. And then they asked that he pledge allegiance to the Communist Party, and he wouldn't do it. And so he had gotten a PhD. He was a well-recognized engineer, but suddenly First, you can't travel to go to academic conferences. And then second, you're going to lose your job. And this Holocaust survivor now has to live under Soviet communism and be persecuted. But he wouldn't give up his faith, and he wouldn't give up his moral integrity. And he kept trying for a better life. And finally, in 1977, when he was past 40, he was allowed to emigrate to Israel. And he moved to Israel. And that had been his dream. And he was a teacher in Israel. In 1985, he got a one-year teaching fellowship at Virginia Tech in Blacksburg to come teach engineering. And he came in 1985 for a one-year fellowship, and he kept renewing it year after year after year because he found in Virginia, he found in America, he found in Blacksburg a community that he loved and a community that he cared about. So somebody who survived the Holocaust of the Nazis, who survived the Soviet oppression of his native land, couldn't survive the Holocaust of gun violence in this country. And there's one more thing about Liviu Librescu, and it's about the day that he was killed, because it was a very different day for him than it was for his students. It was a Monday. It was April 16, 2007, but that day was a special day in the Jewish faith for somebody who was Jewish. It's Yom HaShoah, from sundown on the 15th of April 2007 till sundown on April 16. It's the day to remember the Holocaust. And Jews worldwide and people who care about Judaism worldwide, it's a day to remember the Holocaust. And when you remember the Holocaust, well, it's one thing to reflect upon it, but it's another thing to reflect upon it as a Holocaust survivor. And what you reflect upon is the perpetrators and the gravity of the tragedy that they perpetrated. And you reflect upon the victims who lost their lives, and you reflect upon the survivors. And you reflect upon the heroes. And you also reflect upon the bystanders. You also reflect upon the bystanders. And so while the students who went into that class on the morning of April 16th, they weren't thinking about Yom HaShoah, Liviu Librescu was. And I've got to believe when that shooting started on this day where he's thinking about what he's been through, then he's faced with an existential, am I going to be a perpetrator? Am I going to be a victim? Am I going to be a survivor? Am I going to be a bystander? I'm going to be a hero. And he chose to be a hero. And he lost his life. He chose to be a hero. And he lost his life. Would I do that? Would I stand in front of a door and block it and take bullets and tell my students to get out the window? Would I do that? I cannot honestly stand here and say that I would. I can't say that I would have the courage of Liviu Librescu. He was a hero. I can't say I'd be a hero. But in this body, we don't have to be heroes. We just have to not be bystanders. We've been bystanders in this body. We've been bystanders in this nation as this carnage of gun violence has gone from one tragedy to the next. To cast a vote, that's not heroic. To stand up and say, we can be safer tomorrow, we can protect people's lives, that's not heroic. That's just saying, I will not be a bystander. And that's all we have to do. Stop being bystanders. And Mr. President, I would just ask my colleague from Connecticut if he has any close on that, and I appreciate the chance to engage in this dialogue with him.
I thank the senator from Virginia. That is as compelling a case as can be made. And before I yield the floor for a question to Senator Blumenthal, who's been here with me and with Senator Booker for every one of the now 12 hours that we have been standing here, I want to put that challenge to stop being a bystander to the body in very personal terms. This, for Senator Blumenthal and I, is rooted in our scar tissue as well. I was not more than 30 days from my election to the Senate, a celebratory moment in my life when I was sitting on a train platform waiting to go to New York City with my then 4-year-old and 1-year-old to see the Christmas lights when I got the call about the shooting in Sandy Hook, and Senator Blumenthal and I were there hours later, and there are certainly days when I wish I wasn't there and I didn't witness the things that I saw and connect with the tragedy that was evidenced that day. But our challenge from those families is to stop being bystanders. And there are similar stories of heroism that maybe I'll get the chance to tell later tonight from inside those classrooms. But a letter that I keep with me is from a mother whose child survived Sandy Hook. And so let me just read an excerpt from it before yielding the floor to Senator Blumenthal to make this challenge real from a mom who thinks about this every day. She said, in addition to the tragic loss of her playmates, friends, and teachers, my first grader suffers from PTSD. She was in the first room by the entrance to the school. Her teacher was able to gather the children into a tiny bathroom inside the classroom. There she stood with 14 of her classmates and her teacher, all of them crying. You see, she heard what was happening on the other side of the wall. She heard everything. She was sure she was going to die that day. She didn't want to die for Christmas. Imagine what that must have been like. She struggles nightly with nightmares, difficulty falling asleep, and being afraid to go anywhere in her own home. At school, she becomes withdrawn, crying daily, covering her ears when it gets too loud, and waiting for this to happen again. She is 6, and we are furious. I want to read you the rest of this to challenge us to stop being bystanders. We are furious that 26 families must suffer with grief so deep and so wide that it's unimaginable. Furious that the innocence and safety of my children's lives has been taken. Furious that someone had access to the type of weapon used in this massacre. Furious that gun makers make ammunition with such high rounds and our government does nothing to stop them. Furious that the ban on assault weapons was carelessly left to expire. Furious that lawmakers let the gun lobbyists have so much control. Furious that somehow someone's right to own a gun is more important than my child's right to life. Furious that lawmakers are too scared to take a stand. This mother of a child who survived one of those Sandy Hook classrooms finishes by saying, I ask you to think about your choices. Look at the pictures of the 26 innocent lives taken so needlessly and wastefully, using a weapon that never should have been in the hands of civilians. Really think. Changing the laws may inconvenience some gun owners, but it may also save a life, perhaps a life that is dear to me or you. Are you willing to risk it? You have a responsibility and an obligation to act now and to change the laws. I hope and I pray, writes the mother of a girl that survived the massacre at Sandy Hook, that you do not fail. I yield the floor to my colleague from Connecticut who has been here with me and Senator Booker since the beginning 12 hours ago. I yield to him for a question without losing the right to the floor.
Thank you, and I will ask a question of my colleague and friend from Connecticut. But first, I want to thank all my colleagues who have been here over these 12 hours, off and on, speaking so powerfully as our friend from Virginia just did about his experience. Every one of us has this kind of experience that brings us here and binds us together in this cause because we have seen the flesh and blood and emotional impacts. And I want to read a letter also from a Newtown survivor. Another, I read one earlier, from someone who lived through Newtown and wrote me after Orlando. And she said, as a Newtown teacher who was in lockdown at the middle school on 12/14, this work is particularly important to me. That could have just as easily been my classroom. And I find it abhorrent that we have chosen as a nation to be complacent in the face of mass shooting. It is incumbent upon us, our elected officials, to enact meaningful change in order to save lives. I urge and implore citizens around the country, people who are watching this proceeding, who are listening to the powerful words of my colleagues, most especially Senator Murphy, to let us know that you hear us. And equally important, to let the other side of the aisle know, which right now is vacant, completely empty. This side is full, the other side is empty. Let them hear how you feel, how this teacher who lives in Trumbull, Connecticut feels. There is a lot of talk these days in our politics about the need for change. On the presidential campaign, in the Senate campaigns, at every level of our elective process, politicians are telling people they will change things in Washington. Well, we can give people change in our laws, in our enforcement practices, in our culture. It all has to change for lives to be saved. It isn't only new laws. There has to be more resources for the enforcement of that law. The background check is actually an enforcement tool. Expanding that check gives law enforcement the ability to stop people already prohibited by law from buying guns. The terrorist watch list and the Attorney General's discretion based on evidence to stop people engaged or preparing for terrorism to be barred from buying guns is an enforcement tool. It protects people. And so people should demand changes, not just in the abstract and in general terms, but in the way we deal with guns. This day has been enormously meaningful because of the reaction it has provoked across the country, in our offices, the phones that have rung, the tweets that have emanated, the messages that we've received in every form. But it must be followed by action. In this chamber, we hear words. This place is filled with words. It is what we do in this place. We talk. But actions speak louder than words. Now is the time for action. Enough is enough. Give us the votes. Give us the votes on these amendments. Let us vote. That is the reason that we're here. Let us act to fulfill the expectations and the wishes of the American people who are begging for us to take meaningful action. And we need to do our job. That's our job, is to act and to protect the American people. So I would ask my colleague from Connecticut whether he believes that we can reach a resolution here that will permit us to act, whether reasonable minds can come together, whether we can forge consensus involving the other side of the aisle, whether we can bridge the partisan gaps and come together in a meaningful way, as we have done on veterans issues, on immigration reform, on other issues where we may not have crossed the finish line in the House of Representatives, but in the past, we have succeeded in bridging our differences. Is that possible? Because I want to hear from the American people that they think it's not only possible, but necessary, and it's our job.
I thank the senator for that question, and I guess we both agree that of course it has to be possible. There just aren't many moments in which the American public are so resolute in their belief that we should do something, and this place is so resolute in its belief that it should stay on the outside of consensus. And there just aren't many issues where the American public has decided at a 90% rate that we should act, and we refuse to do so. And so my belief is that democracy doesn't allow for this condition to persist for very long. But I will be honest with my colleague, the burden is not so much on us. The burden is on our Republican friends to come to the table with proposals that mirror those that are supported by the American public. Today, the proposals that we are asking for votes on enjoy the support of 90% of Americans, increasing the range of background checks and making sure that terrorists don't get weapons. And so, given the fact that the American public supports our position, frankly, it would be irresponsible of us to agree to something that is an abandonment of those fundamental beliefs on behalf of Americans. And our frustration is that we've had lots of time to work out a compromise. And it was 6 months ago when we last had a vote on the issue of terrorist access to weapons, and we still have not had any effort, any outreach from the Republican side of the aisle to try to find common ground. So the answer is, of course, yes, we can find that common ground, but there has to be another party to work with. And I would commend my Republican friends to take a look at the language that Senator Feinstein filed today. It's not her original bill that was 18 pages long. The bill she filed today is a simple bill of about 2 to 3 pages, which simply gives to the Attorney General the ability to put a system in place whereby individuals who have demonstrable connections to terrorist organizations cannot buy weapons, and a clear exit ramp for individuals who are on that list wrongly to be able to purchase firearms. So that amendment, I think, has addressed the concerns that Republicans have raised, and I hope that if we can get an agreement to bring that bill to a vote, that they will see it as that consensus product and allow us to adopt it. Senator Donnelly, thank you again for joining us, and I would yield to the senator from Indiana for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I have a question for the senator from Connecticut, and it is this vote as simple as it appears? We are all moms and dads, all of us in the Senate, in the gallery, many of us, all of us, and these 49 beloved people in Orlando all had moms and dads who today are absolutely crushed. The unthinkable has occurred. The same as at Virginia Tech in my Senate colleague's state. The same as at Charleston. The same as the little children in Newtown, Connecticut, in my 2 colleagues' home state. And as I said, every one of these is a precious child. And is there any mom or dad anywhere on this floor or in our Senate who, when you look at this, would say, if we can avoid these tragedies, by saying someone on the terrorist threat list shouldn't be able to buy a gun, or that we expand background checks to online sales or gun shows so they're just the same as if you buy them at the local store in town. That these 2 bipartisan proposals are what we are talking about. And my question is, are these as simple as they appear? And why on earth not only would any mom or dad ever be against them, but anyone on the Senate floor be against them?
I think this is a wonderfully simple question, which a lot of people probably are asking. What's the problem? Is there a catch? Why isn't there consensus? And the simple answer, Senator Donnelly, is that there is no catch. There is no secret agenda. There is no alternative storyline. This is about saying that if you are on the terrorist watch list, you shouldn't buy a gun, period, stop. And if you want to buy a gun in a commercial sale, you should prove that you're not a criminal first, period, stop. Those are the only 2 things that we are asking for a debate and a vote on. No secret agenda, no hidden premises. That's it. I would thank you, Senator Donnelly. I'd yield to my great friend who's been with us for a majority of the evening here on the floor and has not yet posed a question. I'd yield to my friend from Hawaii for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I thank the senator from Connecticut and the senior senator from Connecticut for their leadership. And before I ask my question, I want to read something that I received just about a half hour ago from a constituent. Dear Senator Schatz, I'm following the filibuster online, and though I know you don't need more convincing about what we need to do, I thought to reach out to you anyway. Like many Americans, I felt so paralyzed since Sunday's shooting in Orlando. On Sunday afternoon, I brought my 4-year-old to the UH campus, the University of Hawaii campus, for a film screening, and I found myself for the very first time strategizing about where to sit and what I would do if there was an active shooter, and how I could best cover my son's body if we couldn't escape. I am not an anxious person by nature, but I refuse to accept that powerlessness to gun violence must be accepted as our new normal. I work diligently at my job and as a mom and to care for my own kids and the community of students I work for, and I am intentional in trying to create opportunities for their growth and learning. So it seems completely insane that in 2016, we have nothing more inspiring to offer a nation of families other than hoping that loved ones are not in the wrong place at the wrong time. That is totally unacceptable to me, and I'm willing to help in any community or national efforts to bring about the necessary change. I have personally sent postcards to every senator who voted against background checks. Please let your supporters in Hawaii know what we need to do. I will show up. Hashtag not one more. Your constituent, Vanessa Ito. And I really want to thank Senator Murphy for his leadership in this. And this is really moral leadership. I was in the chair, the presiding chair, and both Senator Murphy and I were new to the Senate under very, very different circumstances, in a lot of ways, both tragic circumstances. But I was sitting in that chair, and Chris Murphy gave his maiden speech, and he was my friend. We had sort of just met and become fast friends, and the first speech he gave was on this topic. And I understood his personal passion. But what he's doing now is bigger than that. He has displayed physical courage, emotional courage, and political courage that I think we couldn't imagine even at the beginning of the week. And even though all of us are committed to this issue, he shocked our conscience in that caucus room and laid down a marker for all of us to do better and to do more. And I just want to say one thing before I go into a sort of preamble to my question, and that is this. My instinct about this is that our political opponents absolutely rely upon our being despondent. I think they absolutely rely upon the idea that we will give up by the end of the week, that we get our memo about this week it's the National Defense Authorization, and next week it's the Commerce, Justice, and Science appropriations measure, and every week it's a different topic, and Donald Trump will say something and distract the national media, and everybody will move on. But here is why I am so hopeful about what has happened today. It's not just that we have a bunch of members of the United States Senate on the floor pretty late at night. It is very difficult to get any of us together for anything other than lunch, for anything. And yet here we are. And Senator Murphy, you know, he did some recruiting through staff and everything else, but this was organic. We saw what was happening, and we wanted to offer our moral support, and not, frankly, to him as a friend and a colleague, but to everybody across the country who deserves people who are going to fight on this issue. And the other really exciting thing that is happening is outside of the Senate, and that's more important. The gallery doesn't usually get more and more crowded through the day. People visit, you know. People do their Capitol tour, and they come and they check out the gallery, and then we're yammering at each other, or we're voting, and we're shuffling around, and then they leave. But what's happening in the gallery physically is people are actually coming to see that something meaningful is happening. And Senator Murphy's phone lines are ringing off the hook. Chris Murphy himself is the #1 trending topic on Facebook. And it's not about Chris Murphy. It's about this sense that maybe we can actually do something here. Maybe we can actually do something here. And so for all of those people who are watching this online or observing it on Twitter or hearing about it for the first time, I want people to understand that this is the continuation of a movement, but this is an inflection point. This is a point at which we are not going to accept that if 90% of the public is demanding that we take action, that the United States Senate and the United States House won't. That is unacceptable to me. Since I got to the Senate alone, there have been nearly 1,000 mass shootings. That's not 1,000 people killed, that's 1,000 mass shootings. Over 40,000 Americans killed by guns and 0 changes to our gun laws. The shooting in Orlando was the worst mass shooting event that our nation has ever seen. In one night, 49 people killed and 53 shot and injured. And those numbers are shocking, but here's what I think is even more shocking, and Senator Booker mentioned this both in public and in private. Since then, more than that many people have been killed as a result of gun violence. This happens all of the time. Now, the Orlando situation was uniquely shocking because of the public dimension, because of the homophobia, because of the awful, graphic, shocking violence in one place at one time for one purpose, to strike terror in people's hearts and to strike terror in the hearts of people who are gay. And so that was uniquely shocking, but as in terms of the number of people killed, this was actually pretty similar to any other day in the United States. And so my first question for Senator Murphy is, you haven't taken a break. You haven't had a meal. You haven't been able to interact with your son or your wife except in the gallery and at your podium. And I guess my question for you is, do you feel momentum now? Do you feel momentum now?
Senator Schatz, thank you for that question. And I appreciate you talking about how much of this has happened organically. We didn't decide to do this until this morning. We'd certainly been talking about the need to show that we were sick and tired of the normal trajectory of thoughts and prayers being sent out and then a dissipation into nothingness, as is the trend line after these tragedies. We knew we had to do something different. But what is wonderful about this is that much of this is organic. This is now a dozen colleagues who are on the floor at close to midnight this evening. The galleries increasing in numbers. At this very time, I think last I saw 100,000 people talking about this right now on Twitter, the top trending topic all day long, and thousands of calls coming into our office. I hope this is a moment in which we all get to remind ourselves that this change will not happen without vigilance. That it's not just going to be this moment, it's going to have to be repeated moments in which we engage the consciousness of this nation. So I do feel momentum here. We are hopeful that we will be able to proceed to at least votes on these measures so that we can show the American public where everybody is. If we don't win those votes, we'll live to fight another day. But these are galvanizing moments, and it's heartwarming to know that there's so many colleagues who have stepped up to the place to take part.
Well, I thank the senator from Connecticut, and I'd like to ask a question specifically about the terrorist gun loophole, and it seems obviously straightforward to everyone that we would want to prevent terrorists from getting guns, and yet we can't get the other side of the aisle to even show up, let alone to vote to close this loophole. And as you know, last year, 53 Senate Republicans voted against closing the terrorist gun loophole that allows known or suspected terrorists to get guns. And they had several excuses, but I kind of want to go through the main complaint, and that is that there was not enough due process for these individuals. And that's just plain false. There are several layers of due process, starting with the procedures that are available to anyone who does not pass a background check when trying to buy a gun. Anyone denied a firearm transfer has the right to find out the reason for the denial, submit correcting information to the Attorney General, and even bring a civil action against the government. The bill that Senator Feinstein has introduced, of which I think every member of the Democratic Conference is a co-sponsor, provides additional due process. A person denied a firearm transfer because he or she was determined to be a known or suspected terrorist can challenge the determination in court. And according to the FBI, quote, a range of quality control measures are used to ensure that the terrorist screening database contains accurate and timely information. This includes regular reviews, periodic audits, and post-encounter reviews conducted by the Terrorist Screening Center and the agencies that nominated the record to ensure the information continues to satisfy the applicable criteria for inclusion. Just yesterday, the majority leader stated the obvious, that nobody wants terrorists to have firearms. But what is really being proposed? And the bill being proposed by Senator Cornyn, a very skilled and good legislator, is just not viable. The Republicans who would vote for this bill over Senator Feinstein's proposed legislation would keep the loophole wide open because this bill is unworkable. It will require law enforcement officials to prove to a court that a gun buyer has already committed an act of terrorism instead of stopping likely terrorists ahead of time. Or the government would have to prove to a court that there is probable cause that the gun buyer will commit an act of terrorism. So in order to stop somebody from buying a gun, you have to show that this person is going to commit an act of terrorism. Now, I'm not the lawyer, and I'm looking around, and I'm seeing a number of lawyers on the floor, but my instinct is if you have probable cause that someone is about to commit an act of terrorism, you don't allow a database to be pinged and say, I'm sorry, sir, we can't give you your gun today. You would arrest that person. You would detain that person. And so my question for Senator Murphy is first about this proposal from Senator Cornyn and whether you think it would be workable. And then if you wouldn't mind fleshing out, even if we are able to solve this so-called terror gap issue, I want you to talk about straw purchases and the gun show loophole and how we have to be complete in our strategy, that even if we solve this problem legislatively, that there are gaping holes in our sort of security when it comes to this issue. And I'd like you to talk us through how all of these issues work together, because one thing I know about you, Senator Murphy, is that you're deadly serious about actually solving this problem. You don't want to run on this problem. You don't want to tweet about this problem. You want to actually fix it because you feel it in your gut. And so I'd like you to talk through what we actually need to do.
Well, I thank the senator for bringing up this boogeyman issue that continues to come up about due process. So let's first be clear that there's a double standard here. There's not a single member of the Republican majority that decries the lack of due process when it comes to individuals who are denied the right to fly because of their inclusion on this list. Nobody stands up and says that there isn't the ability to grieve the fact that you are on the list of those individuals that are prohibited to fly. And yet, there is some special consideration that's supposed to be given to an individual who is deemed to have an association with a terrorist group who wants to buy an assault weapon. It would seem almost the opposite, that maybe that individual should be given extra consideration. And of course, this idea that's been proffered in the Cornyn Amendment that we voted on back in December, I mean, it's laughable. It's not a serious attempt to solve this problem in that it would provide for a court determination and a court process before anybody on that list would be denied a firearm. That individual would have to walk into a gun store. The gun store would say, no, you've been flagged by the Department of Justice, and we're going to call them to see if they would like to take you to court over the next 72 hours in a process that no one knows how it would look like. There would be potential discovery, the ability to rebut the claim that has been made that you are a terrorist. It would be a laughingstock, a mockery of the judicial process. And I think those that have supported the amendment probably know that. They are voting for it so that they can claim that they supported something other than the piece of legislation that the majority of Americans support, which is the simple addition to the list of those that are prohibited from buying weapons of individuals who are on the terrorist no-fly list. And I will just state very quickly as to your second question, yes, of course, if you're serious about solving this problem, you can't just put those individuals on the no-fly list, on the list of those who are prohibited from buying weapons. You actually have to also close that loophole that allows for thousands upon thousands of gun sales to occur at gun shows and online, because a terrorist or a would-be terrorist may get denied at the bricks and mortar gun store, but then they can later that day go online, or that weekend go to the gun show at the convention center and buy a weapon. So you have to do both, which is why we're asking for both of these votes.
I thank the senator from Connecticut. I believe firmly, and I really appreciated the conversation between you and Senator Kaine about the Second Amendment. I'm a Second Amendment Democrat. A lot of us are. I believe firmly that, as Senator Schumer said, you can't pick the amendments you like and pick the amendments you don't like. I believe that we can protect the Second Amendment while protecting communities from gun violence. And as stated by the late Justice Scalia, and I quote, "Like most rights, the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapons whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose." And so, to Senator Murphy, I'd like to ask you, how do you view the Second Amendment fitting into this conversation? Because I think that, speaking of bogeymans, that there is this sense that if you are for reasonable restrictions on purchasing a gun, that you are against guns. And it seems to me, at least in the state of Hawaii, the people who are the most concerned with gun safety, the people who impart gun safety to their children, the people who do this right are gun owners, are hunters, are people who even have a gun for protection. And so the question I have for you is, what is the right balance, both under the law and from the perspective of keeping our people safe?
Well, this may sound strange, but you look to you look to Justice Scalia for that balance. He writes in the majority opinion in Heller, a decision that a lot of our friends disagree with, that the Second Amendment right is not an unlimited right, just like all of the other amendments that Senator Kaine and I spoke about. And so in an interaction that I had with Senator Udall earlier in the day, we were remarking that neither of us believed that this really was a debate about the Second Amendment. Right? This has nothing to do with the Second Amendment, because the Second Amendment very clearly, as interpreted by the Supreme Court very recently, is a right that comes with conditions. There are certain weapons that civilians shouldn't be able to own, and there are certain individuals who shouldn't be able to own any weapons at all if they have lost that right through, for instance, the commission of a felony. And so we just shouldn't accept this juxtaposition that gets made between those who say that you either support the Second Amendment or you want to stop criminals from getting guns at gun shows. These two goals are not mutually exclusive. Every single one of us can be a supporter of the Second Amendment and recognize, as the Supreme Court has very clearly, that there are limitations on that right. For instance, your ability to lose that right if you had committed a crime or if you have had known associations with terrorist organizations.
Thank you. I believe the senator from Wisconsin has a question for you.
I'd yield to Senator Baldwin for a question without yielding the floor.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would like to ask the senator from Connecticut a question about actually a number of things, about the need for us to stand united as a country in the fight against hatred and terrorism and easy access to what are really weapons of war. It was about 6 hours ago that I came to the floor to participate in this very important discussion.
That was 6 hours ago?
Yes.
Wow.
One of the things I did was read through the names and just tell a little bit about each of the 49 victims of the shooting in Orlando. And I'm not going to do that again, but I do want to display their beautiful faces, because I do think telling these stories is such an important part of creating the resolve that we need as a nation united to take action. Not to repeat too much of what I said earlier this evening, but our thoughts and prayers are no longer enough. And it gets me thinking about what will it take? How many mornings do we have to wake up to news of a shooting in an elementary school or a college campus, a theater where people are gathering for a chance to just escape and enjoy a movie? Or as we learned last Sunday morning, a nightclub during June, which is Gay Pride Month, where people were celebrating the accomplishments of a movement and enjoying themselves and recognizing that we still live in a world with discrimination, but feeling safe among friends, colleagues. It was an act of hate. It was an act inspired by terrorists and terrorism. And it couldn't have happened without such easy access to a weapon of war. And we offer our thoughts and prayers, but our thoughts and prayers simply are not enough. And again, it makes me think of what will it take? I'm ashamed that it's taken us this long. Earlier I read some names. Now I'm going to share a list of catastrophic events. Each one brought terror to a community, brought grief and sadness to families. And they've been reduced to just ways of referring to them, much in the way that we decided to call the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, 9/11. So if you just look back a decade, and this is not a database of all of them, but it's a database of many of the mass killings in our country. The Amish school shooting in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania in 2006 killed 6, wounded 5. The Trolley Square shooting in Salt Lake City, Utah in 2007 killed 6, injured 4. You heard Senator Kaine talking just moments ago about the Virginia Tech massacre in Blacksburg, Virginia in 2007. 33 dead, 23 wounded. The Crandon shooting in Crandon, Wisconsin, 2007, 6 dead, 1 wounded. The Westroads Mall shooting in Omaha, Nebraska in 2007, 9 dead, 4 wounded. The Kirkwood City Council shooting in Kirkwood, Missouri in 2008, 6 dead, 2 wounded. The Northern Illinois University shooting in DeKalb, Illinois, 2008, 6 dead, 21 wounded. The Atlantis Plastics shooting in Henderson, Kentucky, in 2008, 6 dead, 1 wounded. Carthage Nursing Home shooting, Carthage, North Carolina, 8 dead, 3 wounded. The Binghamton shootings in Binghamton, New York, in 2009, 14 dead, 4 wounded. The Fort Hood massacre, Fort Hood, Texas, 2009, 13 dead, 30 wounded. The coffee shop police killings in Parkland, Washington, 2009, 4 dead, 1 wounded. The Hartford beer distributor shooting in Manchester, Connecticut, in 2010, 9 dead, 2 wounded. The Tucson shooting in Tucson, Arizona, 9 dead, 2 wounded. 6 dead, 13 wounded, including my dear former colleague in the House of Representatives, Gabby Giffords. The IHOP shooting in Carson City, Nevada, 2011, 5 dead, 7 wounded. The Seal Beach shooting in Seal Beach, California, in 2011, 8 dead, 1 wounded. The Sujung Health Sauna shooting in Norcross, Georgia, in 2012, 5 dead, 0 wounded. The Oikos University killings in Oakland, California, in 2012, 7 dead, 3 wounded. The Seattle Cafe shooting in Seattle, Washington, in 2012, 6 dead, 1 wounded. The Aurora Theater shooting in Aurora, Colorado, in 2012, 12 dead, 58 wounded. The Sikh Temple shooting in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, in 2012, 7 dead, 3 wounded. The Accent Signage Systems shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in 2012, 7 dead, 1 wounded. The Newtown School shooting in Newtown, Connecticut, in 2012, 28 dead, 2 wounded. The Mohawk Valley shootings in Herkimer County, New York, in 2013, 5 dead, 2 wounded. The Pinewood Village apartment shooting, Federal Way, Washington, 2013, 5 dead, 0 wounded. The Santa Monica Rampage, Santa Monica, California, in 2013, 6 dead, 3 wounded. The Hialeah apartment shooting in Hialeah, Florida, in 2013, 7 dead, 0 wounded. The Washington Navy Yard shooting in Washington, D.C., in 2013, 12 dead, 8 wounded. The Alturas tribal shooting in Alturas, California, in 2014, 4 dead, 2 wounded. The Fort Hood shooting 2. I can't believe I have to say that. The second Fort Hood shooting. Fort Hood, Texas, 2014, 3 dead, 12 wounded. The Isla Vista mass murder, Santa Barbara, California, in 2014, 6 dead, 13 wounded. The Marysville Pilchuck High School shooting in Marysville, Washington, 2014, 5 dead, 1 wounded. The Trestle Trail Bridge shooting in Menasha, Wisconsin, in 2015, 3 dead, 1 wounded. The Charleston Church shooting, Charleston, South Carolina, 2015, 9 dead, 1 wounded. The Chattanooga Military Recruitment Center shooting in Chattanooga, Tennessee, in 2015, 5 dead, 2 wounded. The Umpqua Community College shooting in Roseburg, Oregon, 2015, 9 dead, 9 wounded. The Colorado Springs shooting rampage, Colorado Springs, Colorado, in 2015, 3 dead, 0 wounded. The Planned Parenthood Clinic, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 2015, 3 dead, 9 wounded. The San Bernardino mass shooting in San Bernardino, California, in 2015, 14 dead, 21 wounded. The Kalamazoo shooting spree in Kalamazoo County, Michigan, in 2016, 6 dead and 2 wounded. The XL Industries mass shooting in Heston, Kansas, 2016, 3 dead, 14 wounded. The Orlando nightclub massacre in Orlando, Florida, this past Sunday, 49 dead, 53 wounded. What will it take? How many times do we wake up to these tragedies? Now, I have the honor of representing the state of Wisconsin, and as you heard me read through that list, you heard that my home state that I love is not immune to these acts of violence. And I just wanted to talk about some of the mass shootings in Wisconsin in recent years. In November of 2004, during hunting season in Sawyer County, 6 hunters were killed and 2 were wounded. In March of 2005, a gunman burst into church services at the Church of Living God congregation and fired 22 rounds, killing 7, including the pastor and his family. In June 2007, 5 people were killed by a gunman, including twin infants, their mother, and 2 other victims in Delavan, Wisconsin. October 2007, 6 young adults were killed during a party in Crandon, Wisconsin. In August of 2012, a gunman killed 6 and wounded 4, including an Oak Creek police lieutenant when the gunman opened fire at the Sikh Temple of Wisconsin during Sunday morning services. He had a semi-automatic pistol and, as I mentioned, murdered worshipers before he was killed by the police. He also injured 4 others, including one of the responding police officers who he shot 15 times. The victims of the Sikh temple shooting were Satwant Singh Kalika. He's age 65. He was the founder of that Sikh temple. Paramjit Kaur, 41. Prakash Singh, 39. Sita Singh, 41. Ranjit Singh, 49. Suveg Singh, 84. Just a couple months after the Sikh temple shooting in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, a gunman killed 3 and wounded 4 when he opened fire inside a salon and spa in Brookfield, Wisconsin. The shooter was the estranged husband of an employee and entered the Azana Spa in Brookfield armed with a .40 caliber handgun and murdered 3 people, including his wife, and injured 4 others, including a pregnant woman. The victims of the Azana spa shooting were Zena Houghton, 42, the shooter's estranged wife. According to witnesses, she heroically tried to stop her husband from harming others before being killed. And Carrie Roebuck, age 32. Maylin Lind, age 38. In June of 2015 in Wisconsin, a gunman killed 3, including 2 men and an 11-year-old girl, on the Trestle Trail Bridge in Menasha, Wisconsin. We also had some success in thwarting what could have been horrendous mass killings in our state. In late January 2016, a plan for a mass shooting at a Masonic temple in Milwaukee was thwarted by the intensive work of the FBI, and the plotter was arrested and charged criminally. I think it's important to note that while I've talked about these mass shootings, these mass casualty events, we lose so many Americans on a daily basis to violence in our communities. And it's an epidemic that, since those shootings in Orlando on Sunday morning, throughout the country we have seen at least that many deaths due to gun violence. In Milwaukee, the local newspaper has taken to creating a homicide tracker. They're literally counting the homicides because they are so rampant. So far this year, their homicide tracker notes 51 homicides, and this is just in one city in Wisconsin. 51. 82% of those homicides were caused by guns, people using guns rather than other means. I just want to tell you one more name and one more story. In May, last month, a little girl in Milwaukee, Zalea Jenkins, she approached a police officer and asked if they could keep her safe. The next week, one day before Zalea's 10th birthday, she was shot by a stray bullet while watching television inside her house. She died 11 days later. Whether these murders are perpetrated in violent communities, whether they are the acts of terror and terrorists, whether they are hate crimes, the fact remains that we have to tackle this. When will be the time? And we've gathered here this evening. It's amazing for me to see so many of my colleagues on the floor of the Senate as the hour nears midnight in Washington, D.C. The time is now. We have a bill before us in the Senate that is the appropriate opportunity to take up this measure offered by my colleague from Connecticut and another colleague, Senator Feinstein from California. It's the Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriations Bill. And we can't let another moment pass without a vote, without doing everything within our power to make the world a little safer, to do more than hold these victims and their families in our thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers are no longer enough. And I want to ask my colleague from Connecticut, you talked earlier about the power of this moment. You talked earlier about people taking to social media and urging their elected officials to listen and to act. And I want the people's voice to be heard. I want it to be so deafening that our colleagues who would suggest that the American public, for some reason, isn't behind this. We know the opposite to be true. We know how much support there is for universal background checks and for doing something as common sense as making sure that people who are on the terror watch list are not eligible to purchase guns. To something as simple as allowing the FBI to deny a firearm sale to somebody who is not able to fly on a commercial plane or is being investigated for terror. So in addition to tweeting, what, Senator Murphy, would you urge people to be doing right now to help us act?
I thank the senator for this question, which is at the center of this moment, right? This can't just be about the 30-some odd senators who have taken the floor over the course of the last 12 hours. And by the way, we have now been on the floor for over 12 hours. This has to be about something bigger. This has to be about a national movement that commands this place to act. It's happened before, and it has to happen here. It means that voters have to elevate this issue in their priority list. It means more people have to start asking questions about why their members of Congress, why their senators are voting in a way that's contrary to the vast majority of their constituents. It means everyone in this country deciding not to accept what exists today as the status quo. And let's remind everyone, as Senator Durbin has over and over again, that what exists today is not just a regularity of mass shootings, that prior to 2008 happened at the pace of 1 per every 2 months. These are the big shootings that now happen once every single month. It is also the regularity of gun violence that happens in our cities, such that kids in Hartford, Connecticut explained to me a year ago that police sirens and ambulance sirens are their lullaby at night because it is just a regular facet of their existence. The American people can't accept that either. And let me just say before I turn the floor to Senator Merkley how proud I am of all of my colleagues, not first for joining in, but for the way in which we've conducted this debate over the last 12 hours. We're angry at a lot of people, but I'm really proud that this debate has been on the level, that we've tried to remain as dispassionate as we can about the path forward. And let me just add one statistic to the mix. I just heard this. My office has received 10,000 phone calls today. I actually have no idea how my office could handle 10,000 phone calls. So I asked to double and triple check that number. We only have 2 phones up front, but we have apparently received 10,000 phone calls today, encouraging all of us to continue on this mission. Let me appreciate the work that's being done by the staff that's on the floor. They are staying and laboring extra hours. We know that is not in their job description. This is both the professional staff who man the desk, but also the political staff within both caucuses and the personal staff. There's a lot of people who didn't know they were going to be staying this late tonight, including those that are reporting our words that are doing so. I want to thank them as well. And I want to acknowledge that there is progress being made as we speak on trying to find a path forward. And so I want to thank those on both sides of the aisle that are working to try to find a way forward to take these votes. So we are hopeful at this hour. We still have more to say. And I will at this point turn over the floor, yield for a question to Senator Merkley without giving up my right to the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. My colleague from Connecticut, earlier I came to the floor and I was reflecting on the connection between Connecticut and Oregon in terms of the shooting at Sandy Hook and the shooting we had last year at Umpqua Community College and the 10 individuals who were killed at Umpqua Community College. But as I've been pondering it during the day, and my head was going further back in time to 1998, and I was running in my first race for state legislature. And our primary was held May 19th of that year. And I was immersed in this primary. I was running a race against 2 former state representatives and the head of the water district, and I was the individual who had never run for office and never held office and assumed I would lose. But on May 19th, when the results came in, I'd won this primary. 2 days later, May 21st, a young man who'd been expelled from his school, his name was Kip Kinkle, Thurston High School, Springfield, Oregon. He took the guns from his house. He murdered his parents. He proceeded to go to Thurston High School. He had with him a 9mm Glock. He had a .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle. He had a .22 caliber Mark II pistol, and he had 1,127 rounds of ammunition. And his goal was to shoot as many students, to kill as many students as he could. And he shot a lot of students. Only 2 died. 25 were wounded. But as he exhausted the ammunition in his semi-automatic rifle, he had to reload the magazine. And as he did that, he was tackled by one student who was already wounded. 6 others piled on, and the carnage ended. But he'd only begun to tap in to that 1,127 rounds of ammunition he was carrying. Thank goodness that individual, that student, Jacob Riker, succeeded in stopping him when he was reloading that rifle. So the year went on. November was the election, general election. I was elected to the Oregon House, and the Oregon House came into session in January of 1999. And we said it's time to fix the background check system that we have in our state. It's time to close the gun show loophole. What makes no sense is to have this background check systems when you go to a gun store, and then no background check system when you go to a gun show. And we knew that many people were seeking to acquire weapons who had felony backgrounds. We knew many people were seeking weapons who were deeply mentally disturbed. And they were being turned away at the gun store, and they were going to the gun show, or they were going to the classifieds. And so we tried to pass that bill to close that background loophole, the gun show loophole, and we failed. We could not muster the majority, just as this body has not been able to muster the majority to address the complete illogic of this situation. And then the citizens of Oregon took this into their own hands. They petitioned for an initiative. They put it on the ballot, and the citizens of Oregon voted overwhelmingly, by a huge margin. They voted overwhelmingly to close the gun show loophole. But it would be many, many years later, not until 2015, that the legislature took the additional step of closing the classified ads loophole, or the Craigslist loophole, as it is often called. So in Oregon, if you go to a gun store or a gun show or to a Craigslist listing, you have to go through a background check. But someone who is turned away in Oregon can go to any of a number of states across our country, bypass that background check, buy those guns, and come back to our home state. This makes no sense to have a national system without national effectiveness. And I so much appreciate my colleagues being here tonight to talk about this, to talk about the fact that those who are on a terrorist list should be on a list to deny guns, and that those who are denied guns, to have that effectively, you have to have a background check system. Now, my state is a state that loves guns. We are a state with incredible wilderness. People love to hunt. They love to target practice. They love to just shoot guns. And they love the Second Amendment and the individual nature. But they voted for the background check system because they knew it doesn't make sense to have guns in the hands of felons or deeply disturbed individuals because of the carnage that comes from that. There's another story I wanted to share that's related to 1998. This story fast forwards from the primary election in May to the general election in October, November. So it was as we were approaching that first Tuesday in November general election. The general election would be held November 3rd. The date was October 6th, so roughly a month away, a month before. And a young man named Matthew Wayne Shepard was offered a ride home by two other young men, Aaron McKinney and Russell Henderson. They didn't give him a ride home. They took him out to a very rural area near Laramie, Wyoming. They tied him to a fence because he was gay. They robbed him. They pistol whipped him. They tortured him, and they left him there to die. It was 18 hours later that a bicyclist riding past saw this young man still tied to a fence. The bicyclist thought that Matthew Wayne Shepard was a scarecrow, but went to investigate, realized it was a young man, proceeded to get help. Matthew was extremely damaged. His skull was fractured, his brainstem absolutely inflamed. He never regained consciousness. He died 6 days later. It was a hate crime that rocked the nation. It was a hate crime that shocked the conscience. These crimes were happening with some regularity, these hate crimes against our LGBT community. But this one caught the attention of the nation. And a bill was crafted, the Matthew Shepard Hate Crimes Prevention Act. And that bill was championed by my predecessor in office, Gordon Smith. But it didn't get passed until I came here to the Senate in 2009. Not because I came, but because it took that long to build the support on the foundation that others had laid in the years before. So we passed that Hate Crimes Act. But the Hate Crimes Act doesn't stop the discrimination against the LGBT community. It doesn't stop the promotion of hate. I'm going to be introducing a resolution, and I thought I would read it tonight. It's a resolution that Senator Mark Kirk has agreed to co-sponsor, that Senator Baldwin has agreed to co-sponsor, that Senator Cory Booker has agreed to co-sponsor, and I hope many others will join us in this. And it says the following: equal treatment and protection under the law is one of the most cherished constitutional principles of the United States of America. Laws in many parts of the country still fail to explicitly prohibit discrimination against lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals. The failure to actively oppose and prohibit discrimination leaves our LGBT individuals vulnerable based on who they are or whom they love. Vulnerable to being evicted from their homes, vulnerable to being denied credit or other financial services, vulnerable to being refused basic services in public places such as restaurants or shops, or terminated from employment or otherwise discriminated against in employment. To allow discrimination to persist is incompatible with the founding principles of our country. Failure to ensure that all people in the United States are treated equally allows a culture of hate against some people in the United States to fester. This hate culture includes continuing physical assaults and murders committed against LGBT individuals, and particularly against transgender individuals. The events that transpired on June 12, 2016 in Orlando, Florida, were a horrifying and tragic act of hate and terror that took the lives of 49 innocent individuals and injured 53 more. The victims were targeted because of who they were, who they loved, or who they associated with. It is the sense of Congress that it is time to end discrimination against LGBT individuals and stand against the culture of hatred and prejudice that such discrimination allows. It is incumbent on policymakers to ensure that LGBT individuals benefit from the full protection of the civil rights of the nation. And Congress commits to take every action necessary to make certain that all people in the United States are treated and protected equally under the law. That's the philosophy embedded in our Constitution of equal treatment and equal opportunity. It is the spirit of anti-discrimination that is our higher self, that we should treat each individual with respect, each individual with dignity. It is the principle of opportunity for all that cannot take place when discrimination interferes. It is the spirit that we have carried along a long journey, a journey in which we've reached out to embrace individuals who were excluded. Our original practices in this nation operated under the vision of full opportunity for all, but it was a flawed vision. It was a vision that didn't include Native Americans. It's a vision that at that time didn't include individuals who were minorities. It was a vision that at that time didn't include women. But over time, we have reached out and started to make that incredible picture portrayed in our founding documents and in the hearts of our founders a reality. We've done so in step by step along an arc. It was Martin Luther King who said, "The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice." But that bending takes place because ordinary mortals say they're determined to make it happen. They apply themselves to that effort, whether in their everyday life, in the individuals they encounter and work with and live with and worship with and recreate with, or in the lives of legislators who work within their institutions to say, we're changing hearts, but let's change our laws as well. We have the 1964 Civil Rights Act. It's a foundation, a milestone, an anchor, a foundation of laws against discrimination. But when you read the 1964 Act, you don't see any protections for our LGBT community. Now, many of us have put forward a law called the Equality Act that would remedy that would use the foundation of the 1964 Civil Rights Act to extend full equality to our LGBT community. It is unbelievable that today in America, you can get married to someone you love in the morning and announce it in the afternoon and be fired from your job, legally fired from your job or evicted from your apartment before nightfall because your marriage demonstrates that you are gay or lesbian or transgender or bisexual. Some states have remedied that, but we haven't done it as a nation. And when you have a legal structure that embraces discrimination, that fosters a culture of discrimination among some. Let's end that. Let's end that structure of law. Let's pass the Equality Act. I'm sure it will be some time before the Equality Act gets a hearing in committee. That shouldn't be the case. On something so profound, so important, it should have had a hearing right after it was introduced. And we'll keep pushing for that hearing, and we hope it can get to the floor. But in the meantime, let's stand behind a sense of the Senate that it is way past time for us to address this issue of discrimination that fosters this culture of hatred. And we saw that culture in full demonstration the night of October 6, 1998, when Matthew Shepard was tied to a fence, brutally assaulted, tortured, and left to die. And we saw that culture of hatred. Florida, with the death of so many beautiful young people on that tragic, tragic night. So we have before us two challenges. Let's address simple measures that can make a difference. That terrorists shouldn't have access to guns. That we should have a background check system that actually works so gun shows and classified ads are treated the same as a purchase at a gun shop. Let's decrease the size of the magazines. When Kip Kinkle took 1,127 rounds of ammunition and 3 guns to his school to kill as many of his schoolmates as he could, he was stopped because he ran out of ammunition and had to reload, and that 2 seconds gave an opportunity for a fellow student, Jacob Riker, to tackle him. Probably saved dozens of lives that day. So we have the challenge before us of these simple improvements in our background system, in our terrorist list, and in our gun magazines. But we also need to end the discrimination that's embedded in the law that treats millions of Americans as second-class citizens and can foster, among some, unfortunately, contribute to a culture of hatred against those individuals. So let's do both. And tonight, I'm so honored to be here with my colleagues, sharing in this joint effort to say enough is enough. Let us not hide from this issue. Let's have a vote on these issues. Let's be accountable to our constituents on these issues. That does not happen if my colleague from Connecticut cannot get a vote on the proposal he's putting forward. I wish that this room right now had every desk filled. The beautiful speeches my colleagues have been giving, the reflections, the insights, the wisdom, the earnestness, the grief. But the room is not full. We need our colleagues in the majority to join us in this conversation, that affects the lives of so many people in America. What happened in Orlando, Florida, shattered, not just killed 49 individuals, but it shattered their families. It shattered the community. It shattered and reverberated throughout this nation. And this, perhaps to not that same degree, but this type of violence goes on and on and on. I believe that my colleague from Connecticut said now a major event of this nature, of multiple deaths every month. And if you look at the events of person-on-person violence, if you look at what happens in our cities across this country, our rural areas across this country, every day there are acts of violence. Every day there are acts of hate crimes against our LGBT community. So let's do both of these. And we hope that citizens across the country will weigh in with the legislators, those senators who may not be here tonight and may not have been here this afternoon and may not have been here when this conversation started over 12 hours ago, that they might hear at least the reverberations, that the thoughts issued here reverberate back through the country and come back in those phone calls, in those letters to our colleagues' offices. That they might be aware and they might read the stories of so many citizens who could say of an incident that might have been averted if we had a better system of laws on background checks and if we got rid of the discrimination embedded in our laws of this country. So I ask my colleague from Connecticut, is it your hope, is it your aspiration that this body will indeed embrace having a full dialogue, not just among one side of the aisle, but on both sides of the aisle, and that will lead to votes on these very significant proposals so that we can act to make America a better place?
I thank the senator from Oregon for his passion on both of these topics, laying out the challenges for us, which is to both move forward on these consensus proposals to close the terrorist loophole, to expand the number of sales that are subject to background checks, to make sure that everybody that buys a gun through a commercial sale has to prove that they're not a criminal, but then linking it together with this, what I would call doubling down on inclusiveness that has to happen in the wake of Orlando. You know, an incident like this, it can have the tendency to pull a community apart. And yet what we know is that the way to prevent this kind of tragedy from happening again is for us to recommit ourselves to inclusiveness and to tolerance and to fighting discrimination. And I can't say anything more than the senator said with respect to that commitment as it applies to LGBT Americans. I do hope that we are able to move the Equality Act through this body. I think we are in a long and frustratingly slow transition to a place that we all know we're going to get to, which is the full rights afforded to individuals, no matter their sexual orientation. But I would also note that coming off of this tragedy, there is going to be a tendency among some to marginalize another community, and that's the Muslim community in this country. And as we talk about our efforts to build an inclusive society, we have to remember that the way in which we make our nation safe is by building these inclusive communities where Muslim Americans feel a part of the whole, not feel excluded, because it builds and plays straight into the recruiting rhetoric of these terrorist groups if we are divided, if we push people out to the extremes. And so I think this is a very important message for us all to hear, that fighting terrorism, whether it be hate-based crimes or political-based crimes inspired by terrorist groups, we combat it best, yes, when tailoring our gun laws to make sure that those that are thinking about these crimes, these horrific murders, don't get guns, but also making sure that we build these inclusive communities which act as a pretty strong prophylactic to terror. I would yield the floor to the senator from Pennsylvania for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I want to thank the senator from Connecticut. The question I will pose will center on not just why we're here, what the two measures are that we're hoping to get a vote on, but why we seek to have support for those. Well, first of all, to have support to get a vote in and of itself, and then to get support from our colleagues. And I wanted to take us back to two scenes, one that I had referred to earlier today, but one that I had just remembered tonight that is a painful memory for a lot of people in Pennsylvania. I did want to say first as well, I had mentioned earlier a Pennsylvania who had lost her life in Orlando in the terrible incident of this weekend. What I did not mention was a second Pennsylvania, and I should have. The second person from Pennsylvania who was killed in that murderous rampage was a graduate of McCaskey High School in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, among those killed at the nightclub. Ortiz Jimenez, 25, known to his friends as Drake, was a native of Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic, according to his Facebook page, and also says he studied law in Puerto Rico. And it goes on from there talking about his life, but I did want to pay tribute to him as well. One of the 49 killed, in addition to Akira Murray that I mentioned before, she only 18 years old and lost her life as well. The two scenes I wanted to bring us back to, one was, of course, Charleston, South Carolina. We're remembering that day of horror as well. We had an incident this weekend in a nightclub. In Charleston, it was in a place of worship. In Sandy Hook, it was a school classroom. All these settings where people should have, I think, a reasonable expectation of some measure of safety, but even that now is at risk because of the horror of gun violence. I mentioned earlier today as well, let's remember the national number. By one estimate, 33,000 lives lost every year through gun violence. That's why when you add up all the well-known incidents, it doesn't add up to anywhere near 33,000, because as the senator from New Jersey, Senator Booker, reminded us, there are a lot of other places in between where the numbers go into the not just the thousands, but literally the tens of thousands because of what happens on our streets day after day. But here's the reason I raise Charleston. We know that took place at the Emmanuel AME Church, often called Mother Emmanuel, in Charleston. 9 people shot in their place of worship by a young man with hate in his heart. That was a hate crime murder, certainly an act of domestic terrorism, had no connection to anything international, nothing about ISIS or international connections. And the second incident I'll mention has that same characteristic. Hate and murder domestically, nothing having to do with some inspiration from a terrorist organization. But here's the remarkable feature of what happened after Charleston, what some of the family members did. So courageous were they, just like so many of these other families who have lived through this. After the massacre, the relatives of those killed attended a bond hearing where the accused shooter appeared. They didn't attack him, they didn't yell at him, they didn't scream at him, they didn't convey their justifiable anger, even outrage, and even what we all would consider a justifiable feeling of vengeance, of score settling, however you want to call it. They didn't do that. Instead, what did they do? They forgave him. Nadine Collier, the daughter of Ethel, who had been killed in the church that day, this is what Nadine said to the killer, and I'm quoting her. "You took something very precious from me. I will never talk to her again. I will never, ever hold her again. But I forgive you and have mercy on your soul." Unquote. So said Nadine Collier, a remarkable testament to forgiveness, to mercy, which is almost superhuman. I'm not sure I could have done that. I'm not sure many people could. And she wasn't the only one. Other relatives took their turn one after another, expressing pain, but always showing grace and praying for mercy. So none of us, or very few of us, and I count myself among those, who could not do that in that circumstance. So that was Charleston, South Carolina. Let me take it back in time, and I was so moved that Senator Baldwin mentioned when she was doing that chronology, she started with 2006, 10 years ago. The first incident she mentioned was in It was also, I mentioned Lancaster County before, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Community in Lancaster. The Amish community, this great community of faith, of industriousness, a community that is bonded together by their work ethic, by their faith, and by their families. Even that tranquil community, that community which is enjoyed for generations a kind of tranquility that many other communities would not. Even that community was subjected to violence. 10 years ago, this coming October, a man entered a one-room Amish schoolhouse in Nickel Mines, Pennsylvania, with a cache of weapons, including a 9mm pistol, 2 shotguns, a stun gun, 2 knives, 2 cans of gunpowder, and 600 rounds of ammunition into this small community of the Amish community. He executed 5 girls and wounded 6 others before taking his own life. It's hard to comprehend the horror of that scene, just like so many others we talked about. Yet on the very same day as the shooter committed this heinous act, a grieving grandfather told young relatives, quote, we must not think evil of this man, unquote. We must not think evil of this man. I mentioned both of those scenes of the kind of bloodshed and tragedy and horror that we can't even imagine. I certainly can't. But in both instances, you had very close relatives in the immediate aftermath of that killing or killings, expressing mercy and forgiveness. Nadine Collier saying, I forgive you and I have mercy on your soul. And the grandfather, the Amish grandfather, saying, we must not think evil of this man. Now, we're not asking anyone in this chamber to do anything like that. We're not asking anyone here to forgive someone that just murdered one of their family members. We're not asking someone in this chamber to do something which is, in a sense, superhuman. We're just asking people to support 2 votes. In this place, when you're a United States Senator, you're judged on a number of scales, but you're mostly judged on how you vote. That's what we're supposed to be doing here, how you vote. And that becomes the scorecard of your work. That becomes one of the measures against which people will make a judgment about you. So we're not asking people to do something that's all that difficult. I know there might be some political difficulty to it, but come on. This isn't like having to forgive someone that just murdered your loved one and you're standing in front of them. This isn't as difficult as what the families of all these places we've mentioned, from Nickel Mines, Pennsylvania, all the way through Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, all the way through to Orlando, Florida. We're not asking people to do anything very difficult. All you got to do is put your hand up and then put it down twice if you're going to vote for it. And if you want to vote against it, so be it. But at least put your hand up to allow a vote on 2 simple measures that will just begin the long journey to rectify a substantial national problem that takes 33,000 people every year. All we're asking for is a start, a foot in the door, maybe even a toe in the door, but just a start to do something about this problem we have, to reduce this number. No one can convince me that the greatest country in the history of the human race cannot begin to tackle this problem. This idea this is nothing we can do, all we need to do is enforce the law, just doesn't make sense anymore. It really, really doesn't, if you look at the facts. So in essence, there's nothing we can do, some say in Washington, other than enforce the law and just hope that good law enforcement every day of the week is going to save 33,000 lives. That is not logical. It is not tenable based upon the facts. And to me, it's unacceptable. So I'd ask the senator from Connecticut a very simple question. What are we asking people to do, members of the United States Senate, in the and ask him as well, are we asking members of the United States Senate to do something which is puts them in any risk beyond political risk? If you could just reiterate for us what's at stake here, why we need to take at least these two actions, and how we can best begin to solve this problem.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his comments and the question. And of course, the answer is that there is absolutely no risk involved in the votes that we are hopeful to bring before the Senate. Why? Because these are propositions that are supported by the vast majority of the American public. There is no controversy over either of these issues. The risk is in doing nothing. The risk is in continuing to allow for this very large loophole for would-be terrorists to walk through. I won't read it again, but I've read several times on the floor today this quote from a now-deceased al-Qaeda operative in which he very clearly advertises to recruits here in the United States that, well, I'll read this part. He says, you can go down to a gun show at the local convention center and come away with a fully automatic assault rifle without a background check. What are you waiting for? And this is one of al-Qaeda's top operatives directing individuals here in the United States to take advantage of this loophole. And we have seen this trend line away from other means of terrorist attack to the assault weapon, to the firearm. And so we should pay attention to this trend and do something about it. The real risk is doing nothing, Senator Casey. There's no risk in voting for this. You will be celebrated by the American people, and I hope after tonight there will be even more that will join our call. The real risk is in standing pat and allowing for ISIS to recruit straight in to the loophole that we have created. Think about what we are doing. We are selling guns to the enemy knowingly if we allow our set of laws today to persist. That's why we have to move forward and enact these common sense measures. With that, let me yield the floor for a question to Senator King, who's been great to be with us for the majority of this late evening, without losing my right to the floor.
Well, I'd like to discuss with the senator and bring back to the point that we were discussing some 4 hours ago. It seems hard to believe it was 4 hours ago, but that this is really a national security discussion. This is really a national security discussion because of the changed nature of our adversaries and the changed strategy that they have for attacking us. But first, I want to go back to the Constitution. And purely by coincidence, I'm wearing today the Constitution. My daughter bought me this tie at the Library of Congress, and it is the handwritten version of the Constitution. You can see "We the People" in very large letters. Why are governments formed? Why are constitutions written? Going back to the earliest human societies, the fundamental function of bestowing power on a government is to protect you. Security is the fundamental, most sacred obligation of any government, and our framers recognize that because in the preamble to the Constitution, the heart of the document, why we're doing this, the framers were explaining to posterity, and two of the fundamental purposes, among several others, are to ensure domestic tranquility and provide for the common defense. The basic function of any government and the explicit function of our government. Now, here are three important dates: 1812, 2001, and 2016. 1812, because that was the last time an adversary violated our shores. That was when Washington was burned by the British. It was the last invasion of America. until 2001. But 2001 and 1812 have some similarities because 2001 was in effect a foreign invasion. It was plotted abroad, it was planned abroad, and people came here from outside of our shores and attacked our country. Now, in response to that attack in 2001, we mobilized a number of resources. We developed ways of protecting our aircraft. We developed great intelligence ability to determine when people were plotting against us. And indeed, we sent our blood and treasure and young people to Afghanistan because it was a haven for terrorists. That was the reason we went there, and in fact are still there, to keep that country from becoming an incubator for terrorists to attack this country. We have been effective. We have been effective in preventing an attack on our country from abroad. So, as is always the case with warfare, our adversaries have developed a new strategy. And that's why the third date I mentioned is 2016. It was in the last few years, particularly in the last year as ISIS has begun to be beaten back and to lose its territory in Syria and Iraq, that they've developed a new strategy which doesn't involve sending people here, it doesn't involve sending arms here or bombs or anything else. It involves using the internet to radicalize people who are already here, often they're US citizens, and then to turn them against us. That's the new nature. This is terrorism 2.0. That's the nature of the struggle that we're in now, and that's why the amendment that is being proposed makes so much sense from a point of view of national security. If we discover an arms cache in Syria, we bomb it. But if ISIS wants to attack us here with terrorism 2.0, we sell them weapons. It makes no sense. The first rule of warfare is disarm your enemies if you can. And that's exactly what we're talking about. And I think a lot of people they just say, well, this is just another gun control debate. This is another, we're talking about gun control. We're talking about national security. We're talking about defending ourselves from a strategy that relies upon people being able to acquire guns easily in this country, people who are terrorists or who are inspired by the terrorists or who want to be terrorists. And we can't have a bill that says you have to have probable cause to show you've already committed a terrorist act. That's too late. It has to be preventative. And that's what we're talking about here today. So I think it's very important to remind ourselves that this is really a national security bill. And it makes no sense to close the terrorist loophole unless you close the gun show loophole. Because the terrorists aren't stupid. They're the terrorist APB that they send out from somewhere else in the world to tell somebody, go get a gun and kill people, will also say, by the way, do it at a gun show or do it online because they won't check you. You've already read the quote from the Al-Qaeda operative that explicitly told people to do that. So if we don't do both things, it really is a false security. We're kidding ourselves. So we have to do one, close the terrorist loophole. I would venture to say 90% of the American people agree with that. When you walk up to people on the street and say, you think people should be able to be prevented from getting on airplanes, but they should be able to buy guns, they look at you like you're crazy. That doesn't make any sense. And yes, there are constitutional provisions built into the amendment that we're talking about that allow people who are wrongfully on that list have an opportunity to get off the list and to contest that designation. So this isn't some kind of wholesale violation of the Second Amendment. This respects the Second Amendment, and is based upon the premise that due process is available in this situation. But then we have to close the gun show loophole and the online loophole, because otherwise doing the first thing just isn't going to be effective. So the two things together, to me, are national security and personal security, because of all the other tragedies that we've talked about here tonight that don't involve Al-Qaeda or ISIS or al-Nusra or al-Shabaab or any of the other terrorist organizations, but involve our individual citizens being killed in just stunning numbers. Since we've started talking here today, since you took this floor, 12 people have been murdered by guns. 1 an hour, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So we've got a national security reason to do this, and we've also, remember the preamble back, and I'll finish with my question. The preamble has two pieces. Provide for the common defense. That's what I've been talking about, national security. Ensure domestic tranquility. That means keeping people safe here. Not from enemies abroad, but from criminal elements within our own society. Again, the most fundamental and sacred obligation of we as a government. If we don't do this, we are committing constitutional malpractice. We are not abiding by the most sacred obligation in our Constitution to keep our people safe. And it can be done consistent with the Second Amendment, respectful of the Second Amendment, but in a way that will fundamentally realize the promise that the Constitution makes to all Americans, that their government will protect them from foreign attack and from domestic unrest. So I asked the senator, do you view this as, in large measure, a national security issue?
I thank the senator from Maine, and especially because, as he mentioned in his previous comments, he sits on the Intelligence Committee, and so he's frankly privy to information that he likely cannot state on the floor, but is directly on point, which is this notion that these terrorist groups, whether it be Al-Qaeda and ISIS, now are more dependent than ever on inspiring and launching lone wolf attacks. Why? Because they are losing ground in Syria and in Iraq, and this notion that there was going to be an inevitable caliphate that was going to grow and prosper and control large amounts of territory in the Middle East, that is no longer a reality. And as someone earlier today said on the floor, there's a record low trickle of American citizens today going abroad, maybe it was you, to join Al-Qaeda, suggests how their pull, how their gravitational pull has been greatly reduced. And it means that there are right ways and wrong ways to engage in this second front, this effort to try to launch lone wolf attacks. The wrong way is to marginalize Muslim communities in this country by telling them that they are less than, by telling them that they are threats by nature of their ethnicity or their religion to the United States. I would yield. For a question.
On February 15th of 2015, Dabiq, which is the sort of public newspaper of ISIS, published an explicit strategy for what they hope will become a worldwide conflict. And the strategy is that Westerners will fall into the trap of persecuting Muslims and drive them into the arms of the radicals. That's a strategy. So to the extent that we persecute and marginalize these overwhelmingly peaceful citizens who want to be citizens of our country or citizens of other countries in the world, we are doing their job. They said that's what we want to do, and indeed some people in our society have fallen into that trap and are doing it, and this is exactly what they want, because they want this to be a war between Islam and the West. And do we really want to radicalize 1.6 billion people and 3.3 million here in this country the vast majority of whom want nothing more than what the rest of us want, which is to raise our families and live our lives and enjoy the benefits of this wonderful country. So I agree with the senator and would ask him if he concurs that if we're marginalizing people of any faith, then in this particular case, we're driving them into the arms of our adversaries.
The name Dabiq itself, which is the name of the publication that this organization that ISIS sends to the rest of the world, is rooted in a spot that is representative to this terrorist group of the historic clash between East and West. And so the entire orthodoxy of ISIS is based in this idea that they can convince would-be converts that this is a fight between the Muslim faith and the Christian faith, which just again speaks to the fact that there are right ways and wrong ways to go about fulfilling the mission that you have articulated in the preamble to the Constitution. The wrong way is to blame these attacks on everyone who shares the Muslim faith. The right way is to target the very small subset of individuals of any faith that have connections to terrorist groups. And the good news is that because of a network of surveillance that we have endorsed, we can do much better than before in finding what individuals have had contact with terrorist groups. And when we find that out, it simply makes sense that we shouldn't sell them weapons. I thank the gentleman for
his answers and for his leadership on this issue.
I will just say in yielding to Senator Durbin for a question, just personally, it has meant so much to me to have Senator Durbin on the floor for almost the entirety of the now 13 plus hours, as frankly a hero to those of us who showed up relatively late to this fight for justice on the issue of combating gun violence. I'm just so thankful to Senator Durbin for being here consistently with us, and I yield the floor to him for a question.
I'd like to propose a question to the senator from Connecticut. Before I do, first I would like to thank the senator who is presiding at this early morning hour. Thank you and your fellow senators who have made this possible, and special thanks to the staff. They've been thanked before, and they should be thanked again for their diligence and patience during this conversation and debate on the floor of the Senate. And a special thanks to the Pages, who stayed late tonight and will have stories to tell about that night in the Senate that went into the morning, and we were there. So you'll be able to tell those stories when you get back home to your families and friends. But it is an historic debate. It's an important debate, and it's one that will affect your lives and the lives of many people that you treasure on this earth. And we come to this floor at this early morning hour, 1:45 here in Washington, D.C., as the senator from Connecticut noted, more than 13 hours after he first took the floor, to discuss a critically important issue about the safety and security of America. When I think about what we're facing here, and it's been said by the senator from Maine, we're dealing with a new strategy by terrorists. I can remember the day on 9/11/2001 in a room just a few feet away, when a little after 9 o'clock in the morning, we quickly turned on a television to see that planes were crashing into the World Trade Center in New York. By the time the second plane went in, we knew it wasn't an accident. And then there was a crash at the Pentagon, black smoke billowing over the mall, and we were quickly advised to evacuate the capital of the United States. And we did. We raced for the exits and went outside, stood on the lawn and didn't know which way to turn, feeling that the next plane was headed for that Capitol dome. And that was the threat that we faced, and the reality of that threat right here in this building. That some terrorist, unimaginable, some terrorist would use an airplane to attack us. That was the weapon. Well, it was a bitter lesson. 3,000 innocent Americans died, and we changed America. Osama bin Laden changed America. The way we went to the airport, when we arrived, how we arrived, what we carried, what we wore, became part of our defense of America. And for 15 years, it has become a routine. Our children and grandchildren have grown up with it. They couldn't imagine a day when you didn't go through security at an airport. But before 9/11, it virtually never happened, or if it did, it wasn't very reliable. What we're talking about is a new strategy, a new tactic by terrorists. And that's why this debate is about more than just this horrible tragedy at Orlando. It's about a pattern that is emerging of those who are radicalized and marginalized, who turn to guns that they can buy legally in the United States to threaten us. How serious are these guns? I made a mistake in an earlier meeting of calling it an automatic weapon. The weapon that was found to have been taken in by this man in Orlando is a semi-automatic weapon. The difference, of course, is an automatic weapon. You hold the trigger, and it bursts all of the cartridges in your magazine, as many as you have. Semi-automatic, you literally have to pull the trigger each time. But let me give you an idea what that meant in the early morning hours at Pulse nightclub in Orlando. A brief video was uploaded to Snapchat by one of the victims, Amanda Elvire. It was the last video she ever shot because she died. What the early moments of the massacre sounded like came through on the Snapchat video. A frantic drumbeat of shots, 17 or more shots in 9 seconds. 1 shot per trigger pull in a continual barrage. Today, the FBI told us there were hundreds of shots fired. So when we talk about a potential terrorist with a gun, it is a terrorist with the capacity to kill hundreds of people. That is the new tactic. And that's why this conversation is not just about Second Amendment in theory. It's about keeping America safe in fact from the new wave of terrorism. When the senator from Connecticut took the floor, it was for 2 reasons. We've said them and should say them again. To make sure that if someone is suspected to be a terrorist, they cannot legally purchase a weapon in America. And particularly not this kind of weapon that could create such carnage and kill so many innocent people. And secondly, that this terrorist, once realizing he's stopped by the legal process, can't go to the extraordinary process of going to a gun show. I've been by these gun shows in the armories and gymnasiums across Illinois, and they all come piling in to show their weapons and sell their weapons. And people buy them in bulk, and rarely, in some states, in Indiana, for example, no background check. You want to buy more than one Glock pistol? How much money do you have? You want to fill up the trunk of your car and take them into the city of Chicago, which is exactly what happens? Be my guest at the Northern Indiana gun shows. And of course, now the internet is another source. So are we so certain of the security of America that we're not going to protect our families and our friends and the people we love from the next attack, from the next would-be terrorist? I don't know if this man in Orlando was truly associated with a terrorist organization. The investigation's underway. Some of the things he said were nonsensical when it came to identifying himself with these terrorist groups, but I don't want to dismiss that possibility. Let the FBI investigate that in its full range to find out whether he was associated. But then who is the next one? And will the next one have access to some weapon that can kill so many innocent people at once? That is what this conversation's all about. It isn't about some age-old debate on the floor of the Senate. It's about the new world we live in. The senator from Maine made it clear. The senator from Connecticut read directly from terrorists who were instructing those who would kill Americans how to get it done most efficiently. That's what we're trying to stop. That is what this is all about. It'll be great if at the end of this, we not only get these amendments called, but maybe even a bipartisan agreement on stopping terrorists from buying guns in America to threaten innocent people in Orlando, in Connecticut, in Illinois, in Maine, in New Jersey. So I would close by first thanking you, Senator Murphy and Senator Booker, who has been your stalwart supporter and friend throughout this debate. I believe he has tried to stand by you literally throughout. Senator Booker, thank you for yesterday bringing to our attention at our caucus lunch the fact that this is about more than mass murder. It is about the murders of America which go on every day, every hour, in cities that we love, and innocent people die because of it. It's all part of the same conversation and the same debate. Thank you for really bringing that message home. It touched me because of what we are enduring in my state of Illinois and the city of Chicago. And Senator Murphy, it's been a long day, and here we are on a new day. And I hope it is a new day for our country, a new day when we start looking seriously at putting an end to this gun violence and this carnage, and doing a smart, sensible, commonsensical thing to make sure that those who would be terrorists don't have access to the most lethal killer weapons available in gun stores and gun shows across America. And my close to you is a simple question. At the end of this battle, there are more to be fought, not just on this issue, but the issue of military weapons being sold to common populations. But let's save that for another day. And I just ask you in closing, what your feeling is as you've watched your colleagues give up their time during the course of yesterday and the early hours this morning in terms of the intensity of feeling, the stories that you've heard that I hope have inspired you as they have me.
I thank Senator from Illinois and microphone. I thank Senator from Illinois, and I thank him for setting an example of how to speak truth to power in this body. We've talked over the course of this afternoon about the influence of special interests and how they have affected this debate. And there is simply no one in the United States Senate who over a period of time has ignored special interests and money and power and just done and said and fought for the right thing over and over again. And to the extent that people like Senator Booker and I made the choice to run for this body, even amidst its reputation for dysfunction, it is because we hoped that when we got here, we could maybe equal some portion of the example that you've set. And so personally, I think I can speak on behalf of myself and Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal. Certainly for me, it's meant so much that you have been here for the totality of this debate. Thank you, Senator Durbin. It's meant just as much to me to have all of our colleagues here today. It's meant the world to me to have Senator Blumenthal, my partner, engage in this together, and to have Senator Booker, as you mentioned, in an act of wonderful sympathy, make the decision to stand on his feet for the duration of this time as well. And this has been organic. You know, we sent out the word that we thought this was something important, but this really happened of its own volition. And everything that's happened outside of this chamber today and tonight, with the hundreds of thousands of interactions, the 10,000 phone calls that have just come into our office alone, it speaks to the wellspring of desire that there is in this country to act on the issue of the epidemic of gun violence. And of course, what we have proffered here are two simple measures that we think we are on our way to perhaps getting votes on, but we don't want votes. We ultimately want agreement, and hopefully the momentum that comes from today and tonight and the 13 hours that we've been on the floor will get us there. I will yield the floor for a question at this point without losing my right to the floor to Senator Booker.
Senator Murphy, I want to thank you very much for what I think has been one of the more remarkable exhibitions of grit and toughness. You have not only been on your feet, not only have not left the floor to use facilities, but you have stood in the saddle and have been, for this entire time, as your colleagues have flowed through this chamber, you have been answering question after question after question after question on a topic that you are passionate about. on a topic that you feel deeply and personally. And I just want to thank you for your leadership because it's captured the attention of our nation. This filibuster right here, I know a little bit about social media. This filibuster right here has been the focus, trending on Twitter, the focus of Facebook. It has created a media attention on a problem because, in a sense, you're giving hope. Your very intention of coming here has met the need, the urgent need that the public has seen, that this body here, this auspicious body, this greatest deliberative body on the planet Earth, that this Senate, designed by the Constitution to deal with the biggest problems of our land, that this body would not just go on as business as usual. What you chose to do is to say enough, stop. We are going to have a discussion about an issue that is not just on the minds of the American public, but it is grievously affecting the hearts and the spirit of our nation. Tens of thousands of people since Sunday have been standing around our country in vigils, in solidarity, expressing their pain and expressing their sorrow, but expressing the feelings that they have that we should be better than to allow such grievous, terroristic, hateful acts to happen on our soil. And so while the American public has been stepping up, this body today had a different plan to move on a piece of legislation, to barely acknowledge this. And so before I want to really reframe this, Senator, I just want to say thank you to you for the courage that you have put forth to say enough is enough. No business as usual. That we are going to stop. And that we are going to push for two common sense, sensible, common sense amendments that cannot end gun violence in America, cannot stop terrorist activity here and abroad, but they can take a step, a constructive step, towards beginning to choke the flow of commonality of these incidents on American soil. And has been said time and time again, as has been said by a number of senators today, what reason was our government organized in the first place? You heard Angus King, wearing the Constitution on his tie, talk to that preamble. Common defense, domestic tranquility. And so I want to frame this again, but the first frame, I just have to say, you and I talked about it after caucus lunch yesterday. You and I talked about it during the day. We talked about it last night, and you are not talking about it today. You are doing it. No business as usual. And for that, I'm grateful. And it is merited that we also thank the many people who are involved. When the Senate is open past midnight, hundreds of people have to be here as well. Not just the people you see here on the floor. The pages who are in their first days, and this is one of their seminal experiences. Not the folks who are working behind the dais there, not the great Republican colleagues who have had to man that chair, but security guards and subway operators and the people who are seating folks in the gallery. And so I just want to say tonight, thank you. I want to point out the fact that Chris has helped to pay for food for not only a lot of the folks here, but including the Republican cloakroom. I appreciate you, Senator Murphy. But now I want to get to the framing of what this is about, because there's been a lot talked about tonight, most of which I agree with, a lot discussed, a lot far afield, but you came here with a purpose around two issues that are of common sense. One is that in the United States of America, if our investigatory authorities see people as threats are investigating people because they are believed to be desirous of doing acts of terrorism on American soil. People who have already been banned from, in some cases, from flying on airplanes, that we should take a step, we should make it the law of this land, that that person who is a suspected terrorist, that person who can't get on an airplane, hey, that person also should not be able to buy an assault rifle. That is so common sense that, as you said earlier today, perhaps 4 or 5 hours ago, many people in America are shocked when they realize that that loophole, that terrorist loophole, actually exists. What you're fighting for, Senator Murphy, is not radical. It's not out of the box. It's common sense. And what's even more important is in this day and age when partisanship does cripple this body from time to time on big issues, that this issue is actually not partisan. Study after study have shown, survey after survey, poll after poll says overwhelmingly Americans agree with this. In fact, overwhelmingly American gun owners, over 80% say we need to close the terrorist loophole. In fact, NRA members, over 70% say we should close the terrorist loophole. What nation, when they're at war, where your enemy is actually trying to incite terrorism in your country, when your enemy is explicitly saying, exploit this loophole, what country would keep that loophole wide open where it is easy for someone with terroristic aims to hurt, injure, destroy, and kill? But you took it one step further, and I was happy this morning to work on an amendment with you that says you can't just close a terrorist loophole and leave open, as you called it hours ago, a back door for those terrorists to use. That means if you do background checks, they need to be universal. Because if it's just the brick and mortar gun retailers, yeah, you go there, you're going to have to do a background check. And by the way, those background checks stop people every single year, not just people that may be suspected of terrorism. Frankly, they stop criminals. But we now know is that we as a nation have changed where the buyers of weapons have migrated from the brick and mortar stores now to another market, often online or at gun shows. Unless we close those avenues for terrorists to use, they're going to use them. So very much common sense again. The second thing that you are saying today is, hey, we need to close the terrorist loophole and we need to make sure we're doing universal background checks. Now that's the reason we're here. The grit of a senator and the common sense of two amendments that are very critical. But I want to, for a moment, tell you what was perhaps the most touching time for me in this 13, 14 hours. And I went and actually checked the rules, and you can't acknowledge people that are in the gallery. But I have to say, tonight, they're not here now, so I'm not acknowledging anybody that's here, but your wife and child showed up. And when I heard you talk as a parent about the love of your child and how you did something that's so important for us as Americans. In fact, I think it's at the core of who we are, that this is what our country calls us to do, which is to take courageous steps of empathy and say when other people's children are dying, that that's not their problem. That it triggers empathy in me. I think about my own child. I think about my niece. I think about my nephew. I think about my family. You see, there's a privilege in this country that is a dangerous type of privilege. It is the type of privilege that says, if something is not happening to me personally, if a problem is not happening to me personally, then it's not a problem. It's not a problem if it's not happening to me personally. When that's contrary to what we say about ourselves as a country. The spirit of this country has always been we are all in this together. That we all do better when we all do better. That if there is injustice in our midst, affecting another family, another state, another neighborhood, then that's an injustice that's threatening the whole. Senator Murphy, this is one of your core values. It is expressed by great Americans. It was expressed by Martin Luther King in perhaps one of the greatest pieces of American literature, the letter from the Birmingham jail. This idea that if something's going on wrong in Connecticut, if a tragedy happens there, if children are murdered there, that's not Connecticut's problem. That's all of our problem. King said injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, that we are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a common garment of destiny. And so that's, to me, a core element of our nation. It's what our founders understood when they said that we're in this together. The very Declaration of Independence ends with a nod towards that interdependence, towards that interwoven nature. It was said by our founders on the Declaration of Independence, right at the end, that in order for this nation to work, we must be there for each other. We must care about each other. We must invest ourselves in each other, that if an injustice happens to my brother or my sister, it's affecting me. That Declaration of Independence ends with those words. We mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And so now we see these tragedies. And I don't want to believe that we're becoming numb to them, that we see them as some distant reality and not as a personal attack, because when you attack one American, you attack us all. And when you have an avenue where you can make a difference to preserve and protect life and you do not claim it, to me, that is a sin. There's a great writer, a great thinker, a Nobel laureate, who once said that, to the effect, he said, the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. The opposite of love is not just hate, it's inaction. Lack of caring, lack of compassion. And so what gets me upset about this issue is that we have common sense tools that has been enumerated by wise colleagues of mine who have legal scholars in our caucus who understand clearly there is no absolute right when it comes to freedom of speech. That even, as been quoted many times, the majority opinion in the Heller case, there's no absolute right to bear arms. Has been said by multiple senators, just closing the terrorist loophole doesn't infringe the rights of any American to bear arms, of any American sportsman, any American seeking self-defense. That this is just saying that, hey, if you're someone who is believed to be a terrorist, you should not be able to purchase a gun. If you're somebody on that no-fly list, you should not be able to purchase a gun. And by the way, even that, as you've pointed out, there should be due process so that if you have to grieve that, there's a process for which you to grieve you being on that no-fly list. And so for me, when I see your child come here to listen to her father, when I see parents, many of my colleagues have children, I hope that all of us, when we hear about a mass shooting, don't just say, I'm praying for those families. Begin to think that happening to my fellow American is a threat to me. It's happening to us all. We all are lesser as a result of it, but we have to think to ourselves, how would it feel if I failed to act, to do what was right, to close a terrorist loophole? what if that person right now that our enemy is working to radicalize? What if that person in our country right now that our enemy is working to inspire? What about that person right now that is seeking to do harm to Americans? What happens if they exploit that loophole tomorrow, next month, next year? What happens if they exploit that loophole and this time they go to a playground, a train station, a movie theater, a school, a church, and it happens to be your playground, your movie theater, your school, your church, your child? If you know there is something we can do to stop our enemy from getting arms and doing us harm, and we have seen now from San Bernardino to Orlando, Florida, that terrorists are looking to do us harm, and we can stop our enemy with a common sense amendment that is believed and supported by the majority of Americans, the majority of Republicans, the majority of gun owners, the majority of NRA members. And yet this body can't do that. We are setting ourselves up for future acts of violence and terror that could have been prevented. And what if it's our child, or our family, or our community, or our neighborhood? And there's one more step I have to mention, Senator Murphy. There's one more step that is important to this, because if you close the terrorist loophole and make sure that those terrorists cannot exploit the back door, if you make sure those background checks are universal, again agreed to by the majority of Americans, the majority of Republicans, the majority of gun owners, the majority of NRA members, you're also going to benefit by creating a background check system that stops criminals from getting guns, that better undermines their ability to get their hands on weapons that they want to do to carry out violence in our neighborhoods, communities, in our cities. And that's where it gets deeply personal to me. Because like you have for your child, every American has for their kids, we have big dreams. This is a nation of dreams. We have something called the American dream, which I say is known across the globe. It is a bold dream. It is a humble dream that this is a nation where our children can grow up, have the best of opportunity. Our children can do better than us. It is the American dream. But the challenge I see with American reality, where we have such liberal access to weapons by people who are criminals, what that has resulted in, I have seen it myself, is so many children taken, killed, murdered, time and time again, every day, every hour, time and time again, another dream destroyed, another dream devastated, another dream murdered. And that is something that is not just words to me. I have seen it across my state. In our cities, on street corners where we have set up shrines with candles and teddy bears, marking the place after place, street after street, where children have been murdered. I have stood on too many street corners looking down at bodies. 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds murdered in our nation with a regularity that was not seen in wars past. I've been to funerals with parents begging us to do something about the violence in our country. I've seen children that are living but yet live with trauma and stress because they hear gunshots too much in their neighborhoods. We have the power to stop this. And we can't assume that these problems are not ours. Langston Hughes said it so poetically, there is a dream in this land with its back against the wall. To save the dream for one, we must save the dream for all. How many of our children's dreams must be destroyed by gun violence before we do the common sense things that we agree on to begin to shrink those numbers? It's written in Genesis. And Joseph's brothers see him approaching with murder in their eyes. It said that they said, "Here cometh the dreamer, let us slay him and see what becomes of his dreams." We have lost so many have been slain. But the dream of America can't die. There are people that want to take it from us. They want to inject it with fear and hate. The dream of our country cannot die. There are rules and loopholes that allow madmen and terrorists and criminals to get their hands on assault weapons. We cannot let the dream of our country die and be dashed and be killed. We can do something about it, and it is unacceptable when you have the power to do nothing. And so we, elected to this body, caretakers of that dream, the torch of the light, of the hope, of the promise of this country that still attracts so many, where hundreds of millions in our nation believe, where so many outside of our nation believe, we must make sure that we form a more perfect union, where we see that unfinished business, that work to be done, where we answer the call of our citizenry. So I return to where I began. Senator Murphy, there are literally thousands of Americans taking to the streets this past week. I saw them in New Jersey, read about them in California and Florida. I see them in Washington, D.C., here in our nation's capital. And today I'm proud that you decided that that dream was worth fighting for, that the call of our nation had to be answered, that that dream demanded something more than business as usual. 13 plus hours you've stood. I don't know how long it will take, but I know this is an issue, closing the terrorist loophole, closing the avenues for terrorists to go online or gun shows, just doing what is such common sense to keep us safe. I know we will win this battle. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so, as the hour grows later and later and this filibuster drags on, I just want to ask this perhaps important question. You and I both know from the incoming you've had, thousands of calls in your office, that one of the problems we have to have is we allow our inability to do everything to undermine our determination to do something. That when you have a majority of people that believe in something, that often the only thing that stops us from achieving it is not that we can't, it's not a matter of can we, it's do we have the collective will. I know from scanning social media that there are thousands of people watching right now. As you speak to our colleagues and speak through the chair, perhaps my question is can you speak to those people who tonight, many of them who were cynical about this body, found a little bit of hope in your action? Can you maybe take a moment to speak to them about how we can keep fighting this fight, what they can do to press forward, how we can make this dream of our nation stronger, mightier, more just, so that a week from now or a month from now, we are not gathered together in mourning in our nation about dreams dashed by violent terrorists.
I thank the gentleman, I thank my friend for the question, and I thank him for standing quite literally with me every second of these last 13 plus hours, and I thank my friend from Connecticut who will about to speak as well for doing the same. It's nice to have friends. It's nice to have friends that are committed to the same thing you are, but it's just nice to have friends. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be like this. I know there's so many things in this country that we accept as inevitable and true and unchangeable. And we are right on the precipice of getting to the point in this country where we accept this level of gun violence, of gun homicide, as just a normal facet of life in this country. I know it when I listen to kids in the north end of Hartford tell me that the sound of ambulances and police sirens is their good night lullaby at night. It's just what they're used to falling asleep to, the response to the next shooting. And I knew it at the beginning of this week when, as the news was filled with not yet another mass shooting, but the worst mass shooting in the history of this country. I knew it when this body signaled that it wasn't going to take up any measures to combat this epidemic of gun violence in the wake of the worst mass shooting in the country's history. It has felt recently like we are right on the precipice of accepting this as the new normal in this country. And listen, all we're doing tonight is standing here and talking. We're asking for a vote, and I think, as I'll speak to in a moment, that we've gotten to a place in which we are going to get votes on these important amendments. But all we're doing here is talking. And so you are right, Senator Booker, that all this can be this evening and this afternoon is a platform for sustained collective action that demands that this not just be a one-time phenomenon. That this passion that you heard from dozens of members of the Senate who came down here organically just because they cared sustains throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the month, and throughout the years. As I said earlier on this floor, great change movements are defined by their obstacles and their failures. And we've already had a bunch of failures when it comes to our fight for gun violence measures. We lost a big vote on the floor of the United States Senate in 2013. There's state legislatures that have gone the other direction and made it easier to get weapons. We lost a vote here in December trying to expand out our background check system to make sure that people who are on the terrorist watch list are captured by it. We've had our share of defeats and losses, and though we may be able, as it turns out, to get votes on these amendments, maybe we'll lose those too. But every great change movement in this country is defined by persistence in the face of obstacles and failures. And this change movement isn't defined by what we do here, it's defined by the 90% of Americans who believe in the righteousness of what we're proposing here. We frankly aren't in the business of changing the minds of millions of Americans. We're in the business of changing the minds of a few dozen members of Congress. It doesn't sound that bad when you put it that way, right? We don't have to convince the broad electorate that something has to change. We just have to convince a few people here. And that can happen. It can. But it won't happen through Senator Booker and myself and Senator Blumenthal coming down here and doing this week after week. It'll happen because members of the public decide to take those 10,000 phone calls that somehow implausibly fit themselves into the phone lines coming into my office today, that those phone calls go into every other office in the Senate and the House over the course of the coming days as we perhaps lead up to meaningful votes and the coming weeks and months. And that when voters go to the voting booth, that this is an issue that they prioritize, that they pay attention to whether or not their member of Congress is voting with them or against them when it comes to common sense issues like expanding background checks to cover gun shows and internet sales, like making sure that terrorists don't get guns. And it's a commitment to never lose that sense of empathy, which has got to be at the root of this. Luis Velma was 22 years old when he was shot and killed late Saturday night in Orlando in the largest mass shooting in American history. He had been so excited that night because he was hosting a friend of his who was visiting from Miami, and he wanted to show him this wonderful nightclub that he had found, this place where the community could come together and celebrate themselves. His father, Jose, suggested that the two of them come over to his house for some homemade Mexican food. But Luis was so excited to have a great time that night with his visiting friend that he put off his dad and he said, "I'm going down to the club. I'm heading downtown." And on his way, he texted to his dad, "I love you." Those are the last words that Jose ever heard from his son. His family said that he went to the club that night to dance. Oh, and he can dance and get down, a family friend said. Yes, he can. He was born in Florida, but he loved the Mexican national football team. He adored his family, and he liked to play tricks on his younger brother. He was a huge Harry Potter fan. And guess what? He had a job at Universal Studios. He worked on the Harry Potter ride. That was a big deal to Luis. Upon hearing of his death, J.K. Rowling tweeted out a tribute to him. His job at Universal was a passion for him because he loved Harry Potter, but it also was paying for his education. He was studying to be a physical therapy assistant at Seminole State College. His friend Will Randall said, "Luis was by far the best person I knew. He inherently made us all better people by simply existing around us. Part of him will always live on in every good decision that I make." How could this happen to someone so kind? Kelly Genner, a friend, mourned on Facebook. How could this happen to anyone? In December of 2015, Jonathan Aranda was shot and killed in the morning hours of December 8th in New Haven, Connecticut. He was 19 years old. He had just graduated from Eli Whitney Technical High School in Hamden, Connecticut. In a statement, the superintendent of the schools talked about the devastation in the entire educational community for the loss of this beautiful young man. His cousin said he was hardworking, he was well-liked, he worked at Brook & Whittle, a packaging company in Guilford. He was getting out of work, he had stopped at a friend's house to talk about cars, and then, bam, this senseless act of violence happened. His friend said that he was quick to lend a hand when he needed help. He wouldn't ask for anything in return. He worked the third shift, and he came home, and then he helped his friends and his family. His sister, his younger sister, said that he was a humble and loving person, and he never picked fights. A very likable kid, said his cousin Edgar Garcia. He didn't have a problem with anybody. Luis Velma was 22 years old when he was killed on Saturday night on the worst mass shooting in the history of this country. And that shooting has gotten a lot of publicity, and it's prompted us to come down to this floor and demand change. But nobody in this country knows about Jonathan Aranda. He was killed in December of last year on the streets of New Haven, and his family and friends and his educational community mourned for him, but he didn't make headlines. And the 80 others that day on December 8th who died didn't make headlines either, but their deaths are just as meaningful, just as impactful, and just as unacceptable as the 50 people who died late on Saturday night, early Sunday morning in Orlando. It doesn't have to be like this. And that's why we have come to the floor this evening. I'm going to turn the floor over to Senator Blumenthal in a moment. Actually, I'm going to turn the floor over to Senator Booker for some comments, and then to Senator Blumenthal. But let me just finish these remarks by talking about the families in Sandy Hook. Senator Booker was talking about courageous acts of empathy. I think it's a wonderful turn of phrase. And think about the courageous act of empathy inherent in the decision made by the families of those murdered in Sandy Hook to come to the United States Congress and argue in 2013, and then again in 2014 and 2015 and 2016, for background checks. Because if you know the facts of the case in Sandy Hook, background checks on sales at gun shows or with respect to online sales wouldn't have mattered in that case because that sale was done with a background check. To the families of Sandy Hook, what would matter much more is a ban on military-style assault weapons like the kind that was used to kill every single kid that was shot in Sandy Hook, or a ban on high-capacity magazines. Let me tell you this, there are kids that survived that shooting because the shooter fumbled when he went to reload, and a handful of kids snuck out. But because he was using 30-round magazines, he only had to reload a handful of times. Had he been forced to reload after discharging 10 bullets rather than 30 bullets, there are a lot of families in Newtown that think that there would be more kids alive today. That mattered to them. But they came to Washington in a courageous act of empathy to argue on behalf of Jonathan Aranda, who was still alive in the spring of 2013 when we took that vote. They came to this Congress to argue on behalf of those still living on the streets of this country who could benefit by an expanded background check system that would stem the flow of illegal weapons onto their streets. And had we been successful, had we been able to pick up a few more votes to persist and beat that filibuster, maybe Jonathan Aranda would be alive today. And had we, years ago, passed a law that puts people that have had an intersection with the FBI with respect to terrorist connections on the list of those that are prohibited from buying guns, maybe that network would have caught up Omar Mateen, and he would have never bought the weapon that he used to kill those in Orlando. Those are all maybes. But life isn't always a game of certainties. And what we've been asking here today is to just take a step forward and take a vote on two common sense measures that can just start to show that we have the ability to make progress as a body. There is a laundry list of other things that everyone who has spoken wants to happen. Our families in Sandy Hook have a laundry list of other things that they want to occur. But we want to start with these two common sense measures. And through the chair to Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal, I think we can report some very meaningful progress over the course of these 13 hours. When we began this debate on the floor, when we declared that we were not going to move forward on the CJS bill without a commitment to talk about what happened in Orlando, to talk about how we fix it. When we began, there was no commitment, no plan to debate these measures. And it is our understanding that the Republican leader and the Democratic leader have spoken, and that we have been given a commitment on a path forward to get votes on the floor of the Senate on a measure to assure that those on the terrorist watch list do not get guns, the Feinstein Amendment, and an amendment introduced by myself and Senator Booker and Senator Schumer to expand background checks to gun shows and to internet sales. Now, we still have to get from here to there, but we did not have that commitment when we started today. And we have that understanding at the end of the day. No guarantee that those amendments pass, but we'll have some time to take the movement that existed before we started and maybe is a little bit stronger now and try to prevail upon members to take these two measures and turn them into law. So I'm deeply grateful to be standing here at now 1:40 in the evening with both of my friends who started here with me, now going on 14 hours ago. And I gladly yield to my friend Senator Booker for a question and any final comments that he has.
This is my final question. I asked the senator, one more time, would you yield for a question?
Question without relinquishing control of the floor.
Thank you for that clarification. I just want to, again, say thank you to you. We started this about 13 and a half or almost 14 hours ago with business as usual. We started almost 14 hours ago with no focus on these issues in this body. We started this 14 hours ago with something as obvious as closing the terrorist loophole not on the agenda of the United States Senate. This filibuster, you're standing tall, your multiple colleagues standing with you, over 24 representing states from east to west. This measure, this standing here together, it now seems that we at least will have a vote on those two things, the closing of the terrorist loophole and the expanding the terrorist block so that we have background checks that can block terrorists who will seek to get weapons through secondary avenues. So that is a good step, but it seems clear to me it's not everything I would have hoped for out of this day, and it seems clear to me that we have some work to do in changing the hearts and minds of some of our colleagues so these measures that have failed in the past can pass now. Now, for those of you who don't know the history of this body, a lot of the most prideful legislation of America, let's take the Civil Rights Act, for example, failed many, many, many times. But those who kept fighting and didn't give up or didn't give in to cynicism were able to bring that measure to the fore. This has happened with many pieces of legislation, from the abolishing of slavery to a woman's right to vote. And so Sweet Honey in Iraq, who's a group that I love, they sing a song called Ella's Song, where they say, "We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it's won." And so my hope is that this filibuster, now going into its 14th hour, didn't just win a vote on these two amendments, didn't just stop business as usual, didn't just get a chance to have a final determination, at least on these two amendments, but that it helped to do something else, Senator Murphy. My hope is that it helped to push back on cynicism, which I think cynicism is a refuge for cowards. That cynical people basically throw up their hands and say, nothing can change. Thank God people who were fighting for the freedoms of this country did not give in to cynicism and stop fighting. Thank God those who were cynical about government, who had reason, to be cynical about government, didn't fall into that trap of cynicism, didn't take that refuge for cowards, and kept fighting in this body for so much of the legislation we now take for granted, from workers' rights to the rights of immigrants. And so my hope, Senator Murphy, if I can express it to you, is that not only will we fight to win the vote on these two amendments, one by Dianne Feinstein on closing the terrorist loophole, and the other authored by you, me, and Senator Schumer, to expand background checks. My hope is that this filibuster did not just get those a vote, but will mobilize and engage more people to reach out to their senators. I really appreciate the fact that your office got 10,000 calls. I appreciate the fact that your effort has been trending on social media, but that's nothing calling you, who already support this, and not reaching out to senators who are deliberating over whether to support this or not. We are all here because folks not only didn't take that refuge for cowards of cynicism, that toxic spiritual state that debilitates us from being agents of change, but we're also here not just because of people who shunned cynicism, but people who embraced love. And by love, I use that word very purposefully. Love of country, patriotism, necessitates loving your countrymen and women. And if you love your countrymen and women, you don't just tolerate them. I think that is kind of a cynical aspiration for this country, that will be a nation of tolerance, just stomaching each other's right to be different. If we are a nation of love, love doesn't just stomach somebody's right to be different. Love actually sees the truth of who we are. We each have value. We each have worth. We each have merit, that we need each other, that we're interwoven in each other's destiny, and that if there's injustice facing you, it affects me, and I have to work to correct that. I'm here. Senator Blumenthal's here. Senator Murphy's here. All the people who are working here, we're here because of this conspiracy of love of folks who didn't just take care of themselves and their families. They got engaged in their country. They got engaged in their communities, in their neighborhoods. They did for others. They served. They volunteered. They sacrificed. So we're on another inflection point in American history, with the worst mass murder in our country's history. You cannot control always what happens to you, but you can control your response to it. Let our response to this hate-filled act be love. Let our response from this terroristic act seeking to scare us be courage. Let us in the days ahead act with love and courage, as demonstrated by our engagement with our political system, pressing, pushing, letting our representatives be heard from in this body, that we want them to support common sense closing of the terrorist loophole and expanding that with background checks that shut off the back door for terrorists to exploit, to get assault weapons, to do repeats of what we saw. With that kind of courage, with that kind of love, our enemies do not win. We do. With that kind of courage, that kind of love, we don't stumble, we don't stop, we don't hesitate, equivocate, or retreat. We advance this country towards its highest ideals, that we will be a nation with liberty and justice for all, where all families, from inner city communities to suburban, from rural to urban, all communities enjoy safety, security, strength, and prosperity. And so with that, I ask that question. Senator Murphy, do you agree that this has not just achieved the first step of stopping business as usual, of letting this body go on, but actually getting two measures that were not on this agenda until this action began? Do you believe that that's not enough? That thousands of people watching, people on social media now, we need to get more engagement to begin, as you said earlier, not to change the hearts and minds of all of America. Frankly, most of America is with us. But to start focusing on those senators that will be deliberating over the coming hours, maybe days, about these specific pieces of legislation.
I thank the senator. This is an important start, but it is not sufficient. What is unacceptable is to do nothing. What would have been unacceptable is to spend this entire week on legislative business that was irrelevant to the epidemic of gun violence that has been made more real than ever by the tragedy in Orlando. And so I thank the senator for helping us convene our colleagues over the course of 14 some odd hours. I think we can report having made progress, but certainly not enough. I would yield for a question to my friend Senator Blumenthal, who has been here on the floor with us for the entirety of this time, who's been standing with me. Frankly, I've been standing with him as my senior senator in this fight since December of 2012. I'd yield to him for a question without relinquishing control of the floor.
Thank you, Senator Murphy, and I join in thanking all of the staff who have worked over this day and into the night and now into the next day at great personal sacrifice and at great benefit to the United States Senate. And I want to thank my colleague, Senator Booker, for his eloquence, his perseverance and dedication to this cause, and of course, Senator Murphy for his courage and strength in this cause that brings us here today, tonight, tomorrow, and in the days ahead, because this experience is, as he has said, only the next step. And this legislation is only a next step. We've talked a lot in great and some of it very powerful and compelling terms about what's at stake here. Certainly, the reason that we're here has to do with the deadliest mass shooting in the history of the United States. But the numbers are important. Numbers are cold, hard, and stark. 49 people were killed in that single attack in Orlando, but in an ordinary day in America, dozens of people are shot without any notice. Not a headline. Barely a mention. Certainly no speeches on the floor of the United States Senate. The fact is that gun homicides are a common cause of death in our nation, the greatest, strongest nation in the history of the world, killing about as many people as car crashes, and in direct contrast to the experience of other countries, where, for example, in Poland and England, only about 1 out of every 1 million people die in a gun homicide, which is about as often as an American dies in an agricultural accident or falling from a ladder. These numbers come from an article in the New York Times of just a few days ago, June 13th, which I asked to be entered in the record if there's no objection, Mr. President.
I've asked the gentleman to withdraw that request,
which I will offer at another time. Thank you. The point is here that we can do something about those numbers. We can reduce them. We can save lives if we adopt common sense, sensible measures such as are going to be debated specifically and given a vote in the United States Senate as a result of our saying, our colleagues and the three of us saying, no more business as usual. Enough is enough. Let's listen to the American people. There is a consensus. The poll numbers show 90% of the American people think we should have background checks. The majority of gun owners. And the majority of people also think that someone suspected of terrorist activity based on evidence should be barred from buying a gun. That's a national consensus as well, and makes good common sense. If we are at war with ISIS, and we are, we should stop ISIS-inspired or supported terrorists in this country from buying guns. If we think ISIS is trying to create extremist violence here that leads to the kind of attack that we saw in Orlando, we should stop those individuals who are motivated by the twisted, pernicious, insidious ideology of hate to be barred from buying a gun. These determinations are not made on speculation, they're based on evidence and fact under the measure that we have proposed, and they provide due process for someone to have his name removed if that determination is made in error, that he's on a list, or that he is barred from buying a gun. The details here are important, as they are in every law, because they are a guarantee to due process and individual rights. And the same is true of background checks. Somebody who is mistakenly on the NICS list should have that name removed. But these facts are important. Evidence is critical. That's what is involved in these measures, which are a start. Laws work when they are enforced. We know they work in Connecticut because there was a 40% reduction in some crimes in the wake of the permit to purchase laws passed in 1994. That study was recently done by researchers at Johns Hopkins University and the University of California, Berkeley, saying to those doubters or skeptics, the permit to purchase laws passed in Connecticut in 1994 actually were a huge success for public safety. My colleague from Connecticut has cited other evidence that shows laws work when they are enforced. And national laws are important because Connecticut cannot itself create the kind of protection that our citizens deserve. Borders are porous to trafficking of guns. Guns have no respect for state boundaries, nor do the traffickers. And so we need national laws to protect the citizens of every state. We are here because there is a national consensus in favor of those laws. And we know that we have an obligation and a historic opportunity to be change makers here in this body. The American people want change. On both sides of the political aisle, we know that voters want Washington to change. They want the political system to change. They want our laws to change. And they want the system of public financing to change so that the public interest, not special interests, will prevail. Other measures surely should be sought. The repeal of the unique immunity and shield from accountability that gun makers have. The inability of a protective order to protect against domestic abusers that have guns. The absence of laws to protect against straw purchasers and illegal trafficking. There ought to be national laws, again, that provide those protections. And of course, even for licensed firearms dealers, a person whose background check is not completed within 72 hours can still buy a gun, even though if the background check had been completed, he would have been barred. And that is the reason that in Charleston, South Carolina, 9 people were murdered by Dylan Roof, who obtained that gun even though he was, in effect, legally barred from buying a gun because the background check was not completed within 72 hours. There are many more steps that need to be taken. Even with the passage of measures that we are advocating today, there is no single solution. And we are only at the beginning of the effort to pass these measures. But we have at least changed this debate. We have changed the context of this consideration. And the reason is that Senator Murphy has shown the leadership that he has done. We are grateful to him for it, and we will continue this fight together. And so my question generally to my colleague from Connecticut is, how should we close tonight? And aren't you glad there be no more questions?
Thank you for the final question, Senator Blumenthal. Let me reiterate my thanks to everyone who has persisted this evening, for all of our colleagues who have come down to the floor to join in this exercise, again, to all of the staff and the pages who indeed just showed up a week ago, for standing with us and for their commitment to public service. To those who sat in the chair, having done that for an overnight session or two, I know that it's not exactly how you plan to spend your Wednesday evening, and most importantly to Senator Booker for standing with me, quite literally, since 11:20 this morning, and to Senator Blumenthal for being a perpetual friend and partner. I woke up this morning determined to make sure that this wasn't going to be a lost week. And I have been furious since those days following Sandy Hook. I've been so angry that this Congress has mustered absolutely no response to mass shooting after mass shooting, and city after city that is plagued by gun violence, such that the children who grow up in the east end of Bridgeport or the north end of Hartford live through stress and trauma that affects their brains in irreparable ways. And I'm embarrassed that it took me so long to become a convert to this issue. I'm embarrassed, frankly, that it took the tragedy in Sandy Hook for me to wake up to the fact that people all around this country, in Newark, in cities in my state, had been living through this horror without attention from this body. There's no silver lining to what happened in Newtown. But inarguably, what has happened in the 4 years since has been the focus of attention from all over this country on the inaction of this body and the failure of it to respond. And that is what is so perplexing to me, is that we have disagreements over what should be done. But what I have not understood is why we don't even attempt to find common ground on this floor. Why week after week there is not a single vote or debate scheduled on any of the measures that have been proposed to try to stop this carnage. There hasn't been a debate scheduled on the floor of the Senate. There haven't been debates in committees. I'm not saying we aren't doing important work, but there are 30,000 people dying every day on the streets of this country. And those that they leave behind, their moms and their dads and their little sisters and brothers, don't get the total indifference that we portray. And I know that we're not indifferent. I know, in talking to my Republican colleagues, that they feel just as deeply about the loss in Orlando, about the loss in New Haven or Chicago or Newark as we do. I know that there's a commonality of emotion here that betrays the storyline that we portray to the American people. And so this exercise over the course of the last 14 hours has been in many ways a plea for this body to find a way to come together on answers. Because it is devastating. It is devastating to the families who lived through this trauma to watch the United States Senate do nothing, absolutely nothing week after week. Think about that. Sandy Hook was 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago. And Congress hasn't passed a single measure that would make the next mass shooting, the next murder of kids in this country, less likely. I don't know what the vote is going to be if we are successful, as we believe we will be in getting these votes, but I do know that it'll be another chance for our colleagues to come together on two measures that we have carefully selected as being the most likely that could get bipartisan votes. That's why we chose to demand votes on these two measures. A, because they're significant, because they will make a difference, but B, because they are as non-controversial as you get. The American public have already made up their mind that they want a background check system that captures potential terrorists. They want to make sure that everybody that buys a gun through a commercial sale has to prove that they're not a criminal before they buy it. The American people have made up their mind. And so we chose to ask for the two least controversial provisions possible that still will do a world of good. And I'm glad that we are on a path to get those votes. It is a necessary but insufficient response to the carnage that we witness in this country every single day. This is personal to all of us. Senator Kaine said it well earlier tonight, that we have scar tissue. But it's razor-thin scar tissue compared to those today in Orlando that are living through the catastrophe of losing a 21-year-old son in the prime of his life, of losing a 24-year-old daughter with all of this potential ahead of us. Our scar tissue is there, but it's tiny. Mr. President, I want to close by telling a story that I told during my first speech on the floor of the United States Senate. I want to introduce you to Dylan Christopher Jack Hockley, who in this picture is age 6. According to just about everybody who knew him, it was impossible not to fall in love with Dylan Hockley if you met him. He loved video games, he loved jumping on the trampoline, watching movies, he loved munching garlic bread, he had dimples, he had blue eyes, he had this really mischievous little grin. You can see it here wearing one of his favorite shirts. His beaming smile, it would light up almost any room that he was in. He loved to cuddle, he loved to play tag every single morning at the bus stop with the neighbors. He liked to watch movies, he loved the color purple, he loved seeing the moon. And he loved eating his favorite foods, especially chocolate. He was so proud that he was learning how to read, and he'd bring a new book every day home. He most importantly adored his big brother Jake, who was his best friend and his role model. Dylan's mom, Nicole, who has been a champion in the cause of ending gun violence in this country, always thought that Dylan was, in her words, quote, a bit special, a bit different. She said that he was late to develop speech. He was late to learn how to crawl. There was always a little something about him. You couldn't put your finger on it, she said. He liked bland foods. He only wanted plain spaghetti. He had a habit of flapping his arms when he got excited. He would put his hands over his ears when he heard loud noises. He was diagnosed with autism. But as his father points out, autism is a spectrum, and it has many different facets to him. Dylan loved repetition. And he'd watch his favorite movies over and over again, the Gruffalo, Wall-E, and he'd find a particular portion of that movie that he loved, and he'd watch that portion. He'd rewind, he'd watch it, he'd rewind, and he'd watch it. His laugh when he watched those favorite portions was infectious. Dylan was struggling with autism as a student at Sandy Hook Elementary School. But he was a special, special boy who was going to turn into a special, special young man. He idolized his brother Jake, but he idolized someone else as well. He idolized a woman named Anne Marie Murphy. Anne Marie Murphy was his special education teacher and his personal aide. And over the course of the beginning of his first grade year, they formed a bond, a deep, deep bond that is often hard to form for kids with autism like Dylan. Their bond was so tight that he had a picture of her on the refrigerator along with his class. And every day when he'd walk by the refrigerator, he would point to the picture and say, "There's my class, and there's Mrs. Murphy." It meant something to him to have that relationship. And he loved going to school in large part because he knew he had someone there who loved him back. Senator Booker has talked about the expectations that we should have for each other, that expectation of deep, passionate love for each other. Dylan and Anne Marie Murphy had it. Senator Blumenthal and I got to Sandy Hook Elementary School after most of the families had come to realize that their loved ones weren't coming back, that their little boys and girls were probably lying on the floor of those classrooms. And we still saw and heard things that I think we both wish we didn't hear and see. But when Nicole Hockley was standing in or outside the firehouse, when she came to the slow, awful, crippling realization that her little boy was not coming back, she had a moment where she thought to herself, maybe Anne Marie will come back and she'll tell me what happened to my little boy. And then she had a second thought, that Anne Marie probably wouldn't leave Dylan if he was in danger. When Adam Lanza walked into that classroom and aimed his military-style assault weapon with clips attached to it holding 30 bullets, Anne Marie Murphy probably had a chance to run or to hide or to panic. And instead, Anne Marie Murphy made the most courageous decision that any of us could imagine. Instead of running, instead of hiding, instead of panicking, Anne Marie Murphy found Dylan Hockley and embraced him. You know why we know that? Because when the police entered the classroom, that's how they found Dylan Hockley, dead, wrapped in the embrace of Anne Marie Murphy. It doesn't take courage to stand here on the floor of the United States Senate for 2 hours or 6 hours or 14 hours. It doesn't take courage to stand up to the gun lobby when 90% of your constituents want change to happen. It takes courage to look into the eye of a shooter and instead of running, wrapping your arms around a 6-year-old boy and accepting death as a trade for just a tiny little itty-bitty piece of increased peace of mind for a little boy under your charge. And so this has been a day of questions. And so I ask you all this question. If Anne Marie Murphy could do that, then ask yourself, what can you do to make sure that Orlando or Sandy Hook never, ever happens again? With deep gratitude to all of those who have endured this very, very late night, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Senator from South Dakota.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 9 unanimous consent requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. Thursday, June 16th. Following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, and the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Finally, that following leader remarks, the Senate resume consideration of H.R. 2578.
Is there objection? Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. this morning.